Welcome to Sub-Saharan Africa, Rocket League's #1 tourist destination. This is RLCS, SSA RLCS for the first time in 8 very, very long months. And the consequence is that I'm a very nervous greybeard alongside a fairly nervous ultrasm and debutant to the broadcast, the Bromeo. Gentlemen, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
Bro, I am so excited for this, actually. You were talking about it just before we got in here. 8 months since we got to be on an RLCS broadcast, and it's come home. We are here to bring you all the biggest action. That doesn't mean that we haven't had any Rocket League. I mean, we've gotten to see the scene grow in new and different ways. I mean, Bromeo, you pretty much headed up the RSC, where we got to see a mixture of everyone. And what do you think that's done to us?
I mean, look, I'm not complaining as somebody who heads up the RSC. I love to see the attention diverted, but luckily we've got a multitude of Rocket League to look forward to, because RSC is going, RLCS is going, and scheduling between the two has been a nightmare, but wow, what a privilege.
So we've brought Bromeo in as the resident analyst, so he'll be providing analytical insights as we go along. Ultrasm, of course, a veteran of Rocket League from the very, very early days. And then rounding off our talent for today, waiting to cast the first series, is your boy Q out of the United States. And then also back from Germany, we have Machtfish, also a veteran of SSA RLCS, so we're delighted to have them as well. And it has been a very long off season. Yes, there was a lot of stuff going on. We had an off season Psionics tournament. We had RSC bits and pieces here and there. We had Comic-Con, and we saw the start of RSC being the biggest amateur Rocket League in the region. But here we are, and it all seems to, it's been a fairly chaotic start. We waited, and then everything happened all at once. And then there were new rules, and then we weren't sure about a broadcast. So it's sort of got, Ultrasm, it's gone from nothing to everything.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the way SSA works, though? And what a way to explode, though, because we've had to adapt to so much. We've suddenly got imports from all the other countries, and we're going to touch on that in just a second. But the rosters have all swapped up, and I don't think that's in any small part thanks to RSC. You know, we put people in different places. People made connections, found people that they play well with. We've seen new people coming through there. So far, we haven't had too many retirements, which I'm really happy to see. The guys are still here and committed. But at the end of the day, I don't think that anyone is slacked off in our off season in any way. You know, the guys have been grinding, knowing that we had a hell of a good last 2 seasons of RLCS. And they're here to fight again. And now the big thing, that major spot. We have a spot straight into the major, and that means that one ticket, previously 2 to just a wild card, is even more pivotal to the way these guys are approaching this competition.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it is just one spot, but it's one spot 3 times, 2 majors and the World Championship. So that does make all of the difference. And you were speaking about rosters, and if we take a look at the top 8 from last season, we'll see those names, and like it was after our first season in RLCS, very few rosters have survived the off season. In fact, none of the names you see up there are the same rosters. We've had massive changes. We have orgs that are no longer involved. We now have new orgs involved. So it has been quite a bit of change. But in terms of consistency, Limitless are one of the more consistent, Snowy and To Die For, bringing on Sweaty Clarence, and what a dynamic inclusion he has been. They competed as TBD. There was a period in the off-season where they were unsigned by Limitless, and they were testing out Sweaty Clarence. Did fantastic in the Psionics Rumble event. And but yeah, so many rosters changing. But the Bromeo, and I'm not even sure if you know this, that SSA's longest serving roster are now in the top 16 in this event, which are Bird. As of today, they have been together for something like 680 days. that the same roster has played. And their improvement in the offseason has been amazing. And I'm very excited to see them out here in the top 16.
Man, it's absolutely brilliant to see long-standing rosters because, like you mentioned, hardly any teams have stood the test of time. And looking at across those rosters, I was blasted back to last year because I remember each and one of these orgs like it was yesterday, and so many faces that you won't see this time around. But I've got to say, with this new format, with residency, with everything, we are seeing so much new talent in our region. Like you spoke about RSC just now, there is now a clear path from the moment you pick up your controller all the way through to a major spot in some European country. And I think I'm so damn excited because you got school level bubble scene, and now we get to celebrate some RLCS, and that pumps me.
Okay, and you know, that's the thing, right? I feel like Bird really epitomizes that. Josho, Gold Ninja, Zeph, these are guys who a year or two ago weren't really someone that we considered in that upper echelon. And yet now they came through to the finals at Comic-Con last year and the finals of the Regional Rumble, the Psionics tournament that we hosted in the off-season. These are guys who just kept going. They just kept working. They kept playing as much Rocket League as possible, and they are here to play a damn good game of Rocket League. And that's what I like to see. It's not just an impeccable talent that makes you just in 6 months come up into stardom. It's hard work and longevity working with your team. And I'm here to see exactly what it is. And I think the other teams have still got that chance. Everyone's still trying to find those rosters. You know, everyone's swapping things around. Limitless is obviously now starting to get a bit of history behind them. But other than that, you've got people like WRG, another team that's fighting hard very consistently to try and make their name for themselves and just get that top 16, top 8, every one of those benchmarks as they go.
Yeah, and now more challenging with the field widened now with the unlocking of regions, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But looking at the top two teams, so Limitless out there in front and have been in the region for a while. In the off-season, we saw Bonjour, and they were, for me, seeing their off-season performances, were the absolute contenders for the second best team in the region. But then on the eve of RLCS signups, Guns, there was some confusion. Guns thought he was going to retire, and so there was a scramble for Bonjour. So they brought on Skill Steal in his place, and then. And then Guns changed his mind, but it was too late. And Ultrazim, you mentioned retirement, but nobody really retires in SSA.
No.
So Skill Steal's back in the mix for Bonjour, and didn't look quite the same, but still contenders. But the Guns addition to Shmongolia, my word, Werty, Wilu, Guns look formidable, Ultrazim.
Yeah, Guns is a person who I only saw, kind of later into his competitive career. And I was going, who is this guy? I've never seen him before. And in that first match, he comes and busts out one of the most beautiful musty flicks I've ever seen. And I was in love from that moment onwards. This is a guy who I'm horrified to hear that he was even considering retirement, because he is, in my opinion, one of those stars of the future. One of those people who has both mechanical skill and that long period of play still yet to go. He hasn't found a long-term team yet, and him linked together with a couple of really big people. We're looking at someone like Snowy, who might be looking to retire in the next couple of years, or Happy Meal, or someone like that has been around for 6 or 7 years. They have to retire at some stage. And can you imagine someone like Guns slotting into there in Limitless? That is just the dream of the future.
Yeah, and there's some good names there. You Guns, Snoozy's another one. If he locks down and grinds, he's absolutely a star of the future. And we need a hell of a lot more of them, because you quite rightly say the old guard are going to be moving on at some point, and probably sooner rather than later. And we've got to fill that vacuum. So the growth that you alluded to earlier in the scene is incredibly important to that. So we need to. We're about 10 minutes away from the first series. Let's talk briefly about the standings as they are, because this is the second qualifier. 3 qualifiers until the first major. So this is the second one. We've had one already, so we can go ahead and look at what came out of that first qualifier. Limitless with 19 points, Young Money Clan with 15, Shmongolia next, and Bonjour. So that top 5, normally whatever happens in the first regional, that's pretty much the pattern that's inlaid for the rest of the split. But with the format that we have now, with open qualifiers, it's thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, Bromeo, because already we see Next, who were fourth. They finished fourth in the last qualifier, now haven't even made top 16, so they're going to be dropping their way down. And then others that have come in. So it's a lot more chaotic than we might usually expect.
Absolutely, Greybeard, and you've got to give credit to Owned Esports, who didn't have the greatest starts in Qualifier 1, but have come back incredibly strong. They were the ones who denied NXT the chance to compete at this stage of the game. And we are seeing a couple of faces chopping out, and we're seeing some new boys in. But Owned Esports was very, very good coming up through the first qualifier into the second qualifier. They're a new bracket, and I think that there's a lot to improve upon, especially with regards to these new teams coming through. Bonjour's placing better now that they've recovered from that guns loss. Mongolia is still as strong as ever. So I think you're seeing a lot of the same, but also a hell of a lot of new names.
All right. So
you know what's something, just while we're on the screen here, something that's very interesting is if you look at the alternation that goes down the list, we've got a local import, local import, local import, local. It goes all the way down to like 7th position. And it's something that we are going to chat about, I think, in a little bit more depth. But it's very cool to see. In the past, we used to have this big gap in that sort of middle of the pack region. We had a good top 6 teams or something like that. And then you kind of broke away to a big deficit. Now you've got this. This is the screen that I've been excited for. We had a 20% drop in SSA signups and a 20% increase in non-SSA signups. And there was a lot of controversy around that. I don't want to get into that too much. But the thing it is doing is giving our players a chance to play against international teams. And you can see it's kind of like filled out that middle of the gap. Now we've got good teams all the way down to 10, 11, 12. It's hard to even put a line on it anymore because you've got these international guys kind of slotting in. And it means that guys are playing against a different style. It's making them better because of this. And I mean, Young Money Clan versus Limitless was one of the most hyped finals that we've seen in a while because of this uncertainty of how does SSA match up against the rest of the world.
Well, say what you want, and look, this whole topic has been podcast to death. It's been tweet threaded to death. Opinions run high. But I think we're starting to settle it. This is the world we live in now, and we're going to have to deal with it. And regardless, it has made SSA one of the most interesting regions in the world, just because it is such an interesting dynamic. It has brought new eyes to the region. It has brought an army of new supporters, new fans of the region. So let's go with it. And I think that is a good time to bring us to our featured game. And so this is Swiss. So a brief explanation of Swiss. 16 teams will all play in the first round. The winners of their individual series will then be matched up against each other. The losers will be matched up. And then in the next round, the winners again are matched up. The losers are the ones that have won one, lost one, are matched up. And so it goes. The simple equation is this. Win 3, you're through to the top 8. Lose 3, your event is done. That's the simplicity. We're going to feature Orglis versus Team Flupper. And I think it's Flupper or Floper. They are from the Netherlands. Orglis made up of Eli, Daps, and Declan. Fantastic team. What do you have to say, Bromeo, about these two?
Man, this is such an interesting comparison because one's EU playing on ping, one is local. And I think what we're looking for in this, and this is what's going to be great about this, is that both had very, very strong showings leading into this, with Orglis previously LA Signal dominating the stats, but mainly because they played more games. But as you can see, stats on screen show very, very close statistics. But one I wanted to point out is demos. And demos is huge on the side of Orglis because, and this is purely a DAPS stat, his demo stat is almost double the highest of the opposing team. And if that doesn't say something about having a point to prove, I don't know what is.
I mean, just like a demo style like that, it kind of reflects what Daps does. He's that first line that goes in, he gets a nice pass, and then he has the mentality behind him. He will even cut rotation to get a nice bump or a demo, and we've seen it to such good efficacy. It gets into the mentality of the opponents, it separates their rotations out, it disrupts their entire play style, and it's not just, I'm going to chase for the sake of chasing. They're impactful every single time, and I love to see that. Then you've got him backed up by someone like Eliakim. There he comes up on stream. One of the most mechanically gifted players in the country through a really good work ethic behind him. And he gets the shots behind him. He gets the goals in there. He doesn't go for the demos as much because he's more of the positional play. He'd rather get back, let Daps go through as the spear, and then carry it into whatever gap that's created. And I love the synergy of what this team is and what they offer for us. So Auglis is one of those teams that I think is one of the top 4 teams at least within the SSA region.
I would absolutely put them there. And we're speaking about young players. Declan, another very young player, huge potential for the region. And I am so glad to see Daps on a team that I think is working. Same with Eli. And I think they might be a bit of a secret weapon. Massively disappointed not to make top 16 in the first regional, but they're here today and I think they mean business. The chat vote is open. You can vote for which team you think is going to win and going to take it. And I see it's already happened. And I think that's a bit of tribalism going on there, because 95% are saying Auglis and Flipper just the 5%. But what are our predictions? Ultra them, starting with you. Chop, quick. Who do you think takes this in the opener?
Auglis.
And okay, you couldn't get quicker than that. And I said it's a little bit unfair because we don't know too much about Team Flipper. They kind of I have never seen them play, or I saw them against Drain Gang, I think it was, or Divorce Hoinkies one. They almost lost that one. So a little bit, but not enough to really know. Bromeo, your call.
I really want to split the table, but I'm going to have to go with Auglis, and I'll tell you why. They almost double the average shots per game than Flipper does, and so I expect a higher score purely based on they take more shots. That could be a ping thing, but that's enough for me.
And okay, so this is very hard for me because I am brutally partisan as we go, and I'm trying, and this is why I'm not casting, because I don't have to be impartial there. And that's for our opening game. We got Machtfish and we got Q, 2 people not involved, so hopefully they can be the unbiased. I think Auglis take it, and I'm going to say for the reasons I kind of alluded to. Daps for me has been a great player. I just don't think he's been on the team that can back him up. He was on Red Crown. I wasn't too convinced about what was going on there. Eli has had great potential all the way back to our first season, but hopefully this can gel. And then the young enthusiasm of Declan. I honestly think that they can take it. So I think we're going to put me down for that. Ultrazom, are you brave enough to give us a series score since you want Auglis to win?
It's best of 5, right?
Indeed.
3-1. 3-1. Just because I know the Auglis side, that was my short prediction. Was I don't know Flipper, but I know Auglis, and I think they can take this 3-1.
3-1. Bromeo, quick series.
It's going to be close. 3-2.
3-2. Okay, good. Well, I think we're pretty much ready to get into game. This is RLCS, SSA RLCS for the first time on a broadcast in 18 months, and it's going to be opened right here, right now. And to hand over to our casters, Machtfish and your boy Q.
This is SSA, the smallest region, the biggest hype, and a lot of imports to take the scene by storm. But can the local faithful hold strong to an invasion by the Dutch as Team Flipper take on Auglis? Q, how are you predicting this one to go?
Oh, I think this is going to be a banger of a series here, Mark. It's going to be super excited. I do think Auglis does come out. So I got to agree with the deaths, but I do think I think this thing goes 5. I'm expecting this to be a banger of a matchup here. And who better to talk about, the series between, the SSA squad, the imports, and 2 imports itself. Am I right?
I mean, you gotta import someone if you can't fill everything up yourself, and the imports are doing good work on defense for now. The Dutch of Team Flipper still under a lot of pressure here coming out of Orklis. Still, both teams in the last regional went to the entire length of the Swiss system. Both went to 5 series each. Of course, Flipper falling short, and then Orklis making it then under LA Signal, making the top 8. So I think this is a bit tribalistically biased. I still think though that this is going to be a very close affair. Up until now though, hasn't been. It's been one-sided Rocket League, and it's all Orklis.
Yeah, this is going to be the issue for Flipper. You got to find a way to slow this offense down over on the side of Orklis. We see them very early, able to apply a bunch of pressure down the offensive zone, and you continue putting that pressure on the net. You pepper it one way or the other. You start getting players out of position. That's when those openings really start to kind of present themselves. And Orklis is the type of team that if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. You can even see off kickoff here, trying to push forward again and kind of set up shop in the zone.
Trying to set up shots, but nothing after the kickoff just yet, as Flipper is still struggling to get into a good rhythm, get into the groove, so to speak. Graham with a criminal whiff, not being punished this time around by Lycan, but still, Orklis are very much lurking. Declan coming out, double flip, we sent over to Dabs, but the shot saved by Oxen.
Big save there as well. This should allow for Flipper to be able to move this ball up. It only basically past midfield. You can see again for Orklis, they're doing such a good job on their rotations. They're able to keep that resistance around the midfield line. They're making sure the clears don't come for free, which opens up more opportunities. It's going to be in front of the net, and that's going to be Declan going to be able to punch it home. Second goal here in just as many minutes.
2 minutes, 2 goals. The attacking power of Orklis simply overwhelming Team Flipper at the moment. They're not quite sure what hit them, but I know one thing, it hit them very hard, and it hit them where it hurts. It's the least optimal start for the Europeans here.
Yeah, they got to find some way to be able to get control of things here. Even once again, Eliakim is going to move this thing up, passes it up for Declan, who's not going to be able to get the second touch, but does allow for the rest of the squad to kind of move their way forward, push that pressure again, back up into this upper third here, flip zone. Eliakim is going to be able to take those cookies. Declan punches it home. That's the hat trick already, and it looks like Orklis have come to play.
Orklis definitely wide awake, and lethargic Team Flipper is set scrambling, and is set scratching their heads. They don't really know what to do or how to do it. Right now though, they've got nothing to write home about. They need to find some sort of semblance of access into this match. Maybe here Austin with another shot. I like him. He's ready for it on the goal line, saves it away. Maybe that first little look on Ty is going to give them some confidence. On the other side, Dabs! Double tap it down! That's how you destroy any sort of seedling.
And just being able to get the counterattack here, the pass to Dabs, the double tap as well down, and even the demo just for a little bit of salt in the wound at the end. And Orklis are up. And we're halfway through this game, and it's 4-0.
In EU, when we came to the beginning of the season and everyone realized, oh, you could play in different regions, everyone said, oh, we go SSA, because SSA is free. It's not. And if anything has characterized that, it's this opening 2.5 minutes from Orklis. They are absolutely and utterly dominant and curb stomping a Team Flipper that at the moment, really Q doesn't know even who they are.
I got a question for you though, Moxie. What kind of cookies do you think Declan's got in that backpack right now? I mean, 100% goal participation, 4 goals, 1 assist, really putting on a show out here. Don't want to make that sound like it's a one-person show, but I mean, what a performance to start off here on Friday for Declan. And then, Flipper gets a response though.
Flipper gets a response. Is it too little too late though? Declan though, as you say, he is definitely having a great old first game. If he was a cookie, I think chocolate chip with like 3 different kinds of chocolate, like that sort of, because it's a treat to watch Declan here in this first game.
It is definitely oh so sweet. Flipper's going to be able to at least get a little something going here. You even see getting control off the kickoff. Going to try and move this thing forward. Eliakim says no. Going to be trying to get control of the ball as well. Pass towards the middle of the field for Declan. Nice little passing play back to Eliakim. Does end up getting saved, but that's a ball right in front of the net. Not going to be able to get touched. That's actually going to be passed out. So it could be a potential open net if they can get control, but that pass does go a little bit higher, unfortunately.
Pass a little bit too high. Overall, just a little bit too inaccurate here from Team Flipper, who are trying to play a very anti-hyping playstyle. They're trying to be defensive. They're trying to be a little bit too passive, waiting for the ball to come to them. But when you play with hyping, and I think that's something we mentioned earlier on the desk, you can't afford to play like that. You have to be proactive. You have to really meet your opponent head on, because otherwise the touches will be hardly defendable. This one, though, cautiously but miraculously saved away by the Team Flipper defense.
Yeah, I think the one thing you pointed out about how conservative this Team Floppa team is playing right now is a huge point, right? Because we see on the opposite side, Orgless, they're feeling confident. They're going up after everything. They're getting the control, and you got to find some way to really be able to really grab the bull by the horn here. You got to find some way to dictate the pace, because thus far, especially, I mean, the first 4.5 minutes thus far in the series, you're talking about so much pressure being put on by Orgless. They have, what is that, 16 shots so far. That's crazy.
16 shots, 5 goals. It's a display of power, and it's a display of intent, really, coming into this first round of Swiss against someone that you should consider a direct opponent. Let's not forget, they both went to 5 matches in the last open qualifier, so they should be relatively closely. But if anything, this was far from close. This was an absolute curb stomping of an opener.
Yeah, this is exactly what you're looking for to start off your set for Swiss, right? You come in and you can really assert yourself in game number 1. Almost wonder if over on that blue half of the pitch for Team Floppa, if they're starting to kind of question their game plan just a little bit. They've been able to come out here. They've gotten punched in the mouth. The question is, how do you respond in game number 2?
Well, how do you respond? I think overall, Flipper just have to be a lot more proactive. I mean, you can see it on the set, and you mentioned it during the game as well. It's overall 16 shots for Orgless against the mere 5 for Team Flipper. That's simply not sustainable. That is too little, and as far as saves are concerned, out of those 16 shots, they only saved 6. Like, for me, overall, the defense is just not good enough at the moment.
Yeah, and it's tough because sometimes you wonder if the best defense is a good offense, right? But it was very evident in game number 1 that it was hard to get the offense jump-started. I mean, especially when you're spending so much time in your back half of the pitch, your back's up against that back line trying to make sure you're defending the net. It's kind of hard to get things going. I think Orgless just did such a good job, not only with the goals off the rip, right, but also just in the fact that they asserted themselves on the pace of the game itself.
And that pace of the game has to be sped up and stepped up by Team Flipper if they want to have any chance of competing. As you say, it's just completely outpacing their opponents. That's where Orgless really shine. And then, I mean, punctuated beautifully by that long-distance double tap from Daps in game 1. Yeah. Orgless showed everything they had to. Can now Team Flipper have some revenge in game 2, as they are still trying to make their way perhaps to a major? Elia Kim says no. Copenhagen is too far away for you.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all you need. 4 seconds to get your first, not only shot on goal, but first one to find the back of the net for Orgless here in game number 2. They're looking to assert themselves in the same fashion that we saw in game number 1. You can see off the kickoff, even still, going to be able to move forward off this thing. Declan's going to try and apply a little bit of pressure forward, which allows Eliakim to come back on that backside, gets control. I thought they were going to be finding a pass over to Daps, but unfortunately, they are going to have to retreat back to the defensive side. And I feel like normally when you see a team moving so far forward like we're seeing from Orgless, sometimes you wonder if the counterattack's the move, but it just seems like the defensive rotation, that third back, is always on point and able to move forward and put the pressure where it's needed.
It's just supreme midfield control at the moment for Orgless. And it just seems like their comms are at a really good spot as the bumps is coming out from Daps. Not Declan, though. He's been quite quiet on the physicality opposed to what his stats might suggest. Maybe he doesn't need to put it out right here. Still, Orgless, they still drive a very high line, so I am worried for them, because I do see a way for Team Flipper back into this game if they can find long clearances past that initial defensive line. But first they have to find magical saves like that one from Bran.
First, really just excited about being able to break out the protractor and find the shot on goal, but then being able to get the save here as well. That's the turnaround. Those are the types of those are the stops that you need here for Team Floppa to try and start building up a little bit of that momentum. But you still need to get things going on the offensive side. But instead, it's just going to be Eliakim, full court shot, sniper rifle, bang, and all of a sudden Orgless back up by 2.
An unfortunate goal to concede for Flipper. They tried to be as proactive as they could. They tried to put some pressure on Eliakim, but unfortunately Eliakim just bounce shot that way out of Ozen and right into the team of Flipper. Net 2-0 now. The lead in favor of the home favorites. And the Dutchies of Team Flipper bring something to the table. Not right now. TZ, it's a confident challenge for once in the midfield. The bounce doesn't favor him, but at least the ball's away from their own back half.
Like he's going to be able to do it, at least try and move the ball forward. Doing a good job, though, here is well, but you talked about moving the ball forward, but it's only briefly. It's something that we've seen so often in the first, almost 7 minutes played now between games 1 and 2, that their time spent down the other side is very, very brief, and all of a sudden they're having to retreat back to defense. It's Orglis coming at you full steam downhill, and they're keeping that control. It's going to get passed towards the middle here, though, trying to see if they can get something going, but again, this defense from Orglis is just so on point right now.
Defense is good. Midfield control is good for Orklis. There's pretty much no coming through.
Oh.
And then they find each other in the midfield beautifully. Eliakim looks for his teammates. He sees Declan on the far side, and Declan just has the speed over Bram. It's 3-0, and Flipper once more are sitting there and asking themselves, how do we come back against this?
Mox, I got a question. What do you do here if you are Team Flipper, right? You saw in game number 1 that they were spending a lot of time down on their defensive half, and it was Orglis kind of keeping the pressure there, but now we've Team Flipper is doing a good job moving forward, and even still it's the counters coming in from our squad from Orglis that's just making them pay time and time again. Eliakim looking for one. They're not going to be able to punch it home, but it's just, how do you counter this offense that we're seeing from Team Orglis right now?
I think, as I said after game 1, I think just Team Flipper need to be a lot more aggressive. They need to be more in the faces of Orklis. In Europe, we have a term for that as describing how the meaner players usually play against us. They're very quick, very mechanical. They're just in your face. They don't give you time to breathe, and that's the sort of play style that Team Flipper needs to find here, but they simply cannot find anything against Orklis, as Daps put in the 4th and probably the nail in the coffin for game 2 as well.
Yeah, it feels like this is probably going to be a result in a 2-0. And when we kind of look around elsewhere in the Swiss bracket right now, I'm getting an update. We've got Born Jor also up 2-0 up against World of Tanks. So looks like we've had some of our teams here, Mock, that have really wanted to come out in that first series of the Swiss bracket and really set the tone for their day on Friday. You'll love to see it.
Home favorites coming out strong against European competition, not just here, of course, on the other pitches as well. But maybe Flipper can find something. Luckily for them, they've already scored 1, so they're not at the mercy of being perfectly swept by Orklis. But still, if Orklis can find confidence and touches like that, then there's not much to do for Team Flipper other than watch and admire, really.
Yeah, I think when you see the opposition going for plays like that, that's what lets you know that they're feeling confident, right? And this is a squad that when they're feeling good, they're playing good. And when they're playing good, they are putting on a show. They've been doing that thus far here in this series. You almost kind of hope that maybe you could squeeze another game out of this, but I just feel like over on the side of Orglis, they've got so much pressure. We've seen them have the ability to be able to run up the score a little bit here in these first 2 games as well. This is starting to look more and more like sweep territory.
I would be surprised, and it would be quite a throw, I feel like, at this point from Orklis if they wouldn't sweep. With how they've displayed themselves and how they've conducted themselves in these opening 2 games, it seems to me like the route back for Team Flipper is a very long and a very treacherous one. That being said, it's never too late to start. So 1 goal here, maybe a mechanical outplay from one of the players from Team Flipper, and they can get something to latch their hope onto. They can get some goals, they can get some semblance of just belief in themselves. That might be all it takes, but right now, all it takes is a lot more than just a little bit of hope and prayers. What it takes now is good Rocket League, and Team Flipper simply, at the moment, isn't providing that.
And I do gotta say, I really love seeing over on the side of Orklis that once they get into these big leads, sometimes we see teams fall victim to the sense of starting to play not to lose versus still continuing to play to win, still continuing that aggressive play. And it seems like as far as, at least over on that orange side of the field, they have no problem keeping that pedal down to the metal all the way into the final whistle.
Yeah, if we can say something about Orklis, they are certainly hungry to win. They haven't eaten today, I don't feel like, because I've rarely in round 1 have I seen a team with this much hunger coming into a main event. But still, Orglis are around 9-1 after 2 games being played, both of them going in their favor. And I mean, if we look at the shots again, it's 10-5. It's just complete and utter offensive domination from Orglis here.
Yeah, you are outpacing them by quite a bit over on the offensive side. You're also creating that little bit of additional space as well with those demos. Granted, it's just the 3 of them things there. Maybe I feel like though over on the side of Team Floppa, that maybe has an opportunity for them. Try and see if you can get Orglis more looking over their shoulders a little bit versus just playing their game, because you've got to find a way to disrupt whatever game plan it is that Orglis has right now, because they seem very much in their lane right now. They seem very, very comfortable. And if there's anything about comfort, is it normally produces some very, very good results. So you got to find some way to slow this bus down, you know?
Something to slow that bus down, something to break that momentum of Orglis. Maybe just a kickoff goal here to start game 3. Just something for Team Flipper, because otherwise they are being run over and then some by that. I wouldn't even describe it as a bus anymore. It's a train at this point, and it's going full steam ahead from Orglis as they are trying to commit and continue to sweep Team Flipper. One team that has already swept in another fixture is Young Money Clan, the Europeans, going a 3-0 against their competition from Skras Kibiridi.
Another game where our top squad, you know, YMC, another team that performed very well last qualifier, want to make sure they're setting the tone here. You don't want to drop any of those games. You want to make sure you're keeping that best, you know, kind of seeding moving forward in the rest of Swiss, and it does make things a little bit interesting going into our next round. We'll have a few, it looks like, potential sweeps at the top of the bracket, but as for now in this game, here in game number 3, neither squad's really had too much going as far as on the offensive side. It does seem like a little bit more of the defensive stalemate where you're kind of more fighting that toggle back and forth around that midfield line, but don't be surprised if we see Orglis, once they striking a couple of punches here.
And once they strike, they will certainly strike with power and precision. Declan from Daps's pass, but look at the play. All 3 of them evolve. Daps doesn't rotate out. He lingers. He knows Eliakim's going to get that ball to him, and then Declan in the center, perfectly positioned. That's the team play. That's when every part of your unit is clicking at full force.
And you know, that's one of those situations where it feels tough on the defensive side where everyone's so close, and now you got to find some way. You were holding them tight for the first minute there. You didn't have, you know, a quick 4-second goal like we saw in game number 2, but now it is your offense that needs to step up here. You need to find a response while also still on the defensive end, limiting the time that Orglis is spending down here, because it's already starting to wrap up quite a bit of that control. We've seen 5 shots from them. Going to be seeing a 6th here probably very shortly on this counter attack here from Declan potentially, and it just seems like they want to wrap this thing up in a sweet spot.
They certainly would like to wrap this up, and Orglis are trying. I like him. Not as profound with his mechanics as he usually is, but he doesn't need to. Truth be told, against this team of Team Flipper, he can still whip them out when he needs to. Right now, not the case. Declan follows him up beautifully. Flipper still struggling to get up there and up, and if they do, this is a long ball. Teasy, the bounce though, not favoring him, and Eliakim can easily clear it away.
Now you're trying to see if you can push forward here. You are going to have Brown at least have a little bit of a hesitation, push off that corner, looking for maybe a settle up for someone else, but both teammates had already committed to rotating back to defense. And I think part of that is understanding the pace that they're going to be moving forward. You can see the counterattack here, pass for Eliakim, and it's now a 2-goal lead for Orglis.
2-goal lead. Ozan doesn't get the perfect read. Declan to Eliakim. It was already in, but Eliakim just makes doubly sure that indeed it will not be saved at the last centimeter. 2-0 at halftime, and even though I feel like there is an unofficial rule to reverse sweeping saying that you have to be behind in game 3 or game 4, it's getting much too much out of hand for Team Flipper here. They are struggling, and they simply cannot make the contact right now even to save their own lives. Declan makes it 3.
Able to just rise to the sky here. I mean, you can see has the read, able to pop that thing on down, and now all of a sudden it's a 3-goal lead. over on the side of Orglis. And it'd be a different story if there was a little bit of a shootout on either side and the shots just weren't falling for Team Floppa so far, right? But the fact that you've only been able to produce 2 shots in, well, just about the first 3 minutes here, as opposed to the 3 goals off of 7 of them bangs from Orglis, you got to start having some concerns. But of course, you know, the caster's blessing, you're welcome, comes through, and Team Floppa can at least get themselves a first.
It's an unfortunate little aerial play there from Declan and Daps. Bram says thank you very much, and he's going to slot it in. 1-3, a goal for Team Floppa after, well, what seems like 10 minutes now of being held to no goals being scored. Maybe something here after the kickoff from Ozan. I like him into the corner. Ozan, I could have left that for Bram. Had a better angle on it, did Bram, so fortunate miscommunication there from the Dutch, and that could be costful. Declan up high, so is Daps, dropped down. No one challenges, and Daps is going to easily slot that in for 4.
And I just love being able to watch this thing. It's a thing of beauty. Declan able to get the touch, which ends up being the pass as he is bumped out, and Daps able to follow it up, and they just continue to run it up over on that orange side of the pitch. They're making sure that they are pulling away, and they're trying to leave Team Floppa. They're in the rear view.
Goal number 13 scored by Orglis, and the question is really, can they make it 15? Over the entire course of the series, they still have 90 seconds to do so. Daps tries to get his teammates involved. Declan moves back, so is Eliakim. But what I feel like, Q, taking from this series, from Orglis especially, we spoke about the hunger, but what we didn't necessarily speak about is the structure of Orglis, and that is so good. Everyone knows where they need to be at every point. The touches are working for them. The protractor has been coming out for them. It's simply, of course, it's not perfect because Rocket League cannot be perfect physically, but it's as close as perfect as it can be from an organizational standpoint.
Oh, the corner double touch is just filthy here, adding it even in another one here for Orglis. And man, this squad is looking good over on that side of the pitch, man. If this is a kind of foreshadowing of how the rest of their Swiss bracket's going to go, I think they're trying to have themselves a short day, Mom.
Certainly trying to. Of course, opponents from now on for Orglis are only going to get tougher, as with any team that wins round number 1. So it's a moment of reprieve, it's a moment to celebrate, but the job is far from being done. As this little last 45 seconds or 40 seconds or so will just go down in the history box as pretty irrelevant to the overall series. It has been, and it still is, a complete dismantling of Team Floppa.
You know, it doesn't matter if you've got an org or not. All it matters is if you can come out on the pitch and play a darn good game, darn good series of Rocket League. And Orglis has done just that, man. It's been a thing of beauty to watch. Not only the ability to put so much pressure down in the offensive zone, but they've done such a good job as well of limiting the amount of time that Team Floppa spent over in their offensive side over the course of the entirety of the 3 games as well. It just honestly was really fun to watch. I feel like I wish we could see another game of this one here just because it was pretty well played. But man, what a clinic that we saw from Orglis there.
That is how you deal with imports. Don't complain, see it as it is, and send them home packing. Orglis doing exactly that. The best application the SSA region could have hoped for from their home favorites, as they send the Dutchies back up and down to 0-1 in the Swiss after what was just utter and sheer destruction.
I mean, we saw it from the word go, right? They came out, they scored quick in game number 1. They did the same thing in game number 2, and just throughout the course of all 3 games, I mean, just really looked dominant here to start off their Swiss bracket. I'm going to be excited to kind of keep an eye on what the rest of their trek through the bracket the rest of the day looks like. But I am kind of curious, Graybeard. I'm sure you probably weren't expecting this thing to be only 3 games, but here we are. What are you thinking?
Well, you know what? Ultrasm predicted a 3-1 series score. The Bromeo predicted 3-2. And you didn't hear me say it on stream because we were cutting to the casters, but I predicted a sweep from Orglis.
Oh, sure you did. Sure you did. Sure you did, man.
I like it. Love it.
But very, very quickly, Q, what would, for you, the MVP from Orglis?
I mean, it felt like it probably Declan, right? It just felt like over the course of the 3 games, I mean, I felt like the standout performance has to go there, right? I feel like personally. What about you, Mind?
I'd say the team. I'd say the team structurally. No, genuinely. I think everyone played. And I think everyone played well, but I think the biggest winner from Orclus was the structure with which they played and the game plan. I think it just worked beautifully, and that's the style of Rocket League I like to see. It's just when everyone is firing and the team is elevated as a result of everyone firing.
Yeah, so I'm inclined to agree with you. What I loved about that performance was the pure certainty with which Orglis came out. It felt like they weren't touchy-feely trying to figure things out. Let's prod and probe a little bit and see where we are. It just felt like they had a game plan from the get-go and they executed immediately. It was a wonderful performance from them, a 3-0 sweep, and not the only one in this Swiss bracket. Limitless sweeping White Rabbit Gaming. Young Money Clan, the EU matchup against Strathclyde, that was 3-0 to Young Money Clan, so they sweep their way through. Another EU matchup, Drift Queens versus 77 Blocks, is currently 77 Blocks are up 2-0 over the Drift Queens. Schmongolia and Owned Esport, by the way, a team we got to keep our eye on. They did superbly in the qualifiers last weekend. Didn't make top 16 in the first qualifier, but doing the business here, taking a game from Schmongolia. Bonjour sweeping World of Tanks, Firehawks sweeping the SSA team of Drain Gang, and currently Sesame Street Ballers and Bird locked it 2-2. They've gone to game 5, and then now Orglis, of course, Team Purpa. So a few sweeps out there, and but all around a good showing, Mark, from the SSA teams.
Overall, good showing. I mean, it's Sweep City right here, and I can even tell you that right now, as we speak, 77 Blocks is leading 4-0 against Drift Queens in that third game, where they're already up in the series 2-0. So I feel like there might be another sweep coming, but yeah, as you say, the SSA teams showing up. I think Limitless, especially the favorites, Limitless, Bonjour are showing up, Orclus are showing up. So the top 4 teams from SSA all showing up. I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. And honestly, the day can only become better as a result. Now with everyone warmed up, just can we have round 2 already, please?
Well, we got to wait for all the games to wrap up. Then the next games will be sorted out, so everybody knows what's going on. So all the teams that have won now will be matched up together. So effectively, there are 8 teams that will have won their series. They will be matched according to their seeds and results from the first round, and all the losers will be matched up. That's how the Swiss round works. That will be round 2. And in case you didn't know, half an hour ago, tickets open for the first major in Copenhagen. There are just 6 weeks to go before that major opens. So if you want to get tickets to Copenhagen, they're open and available right now. But
I've already got mine.
It's
a good day.
And do you know what?
I didn't buy it myself while casting, mind you. I didn't buy it myself. I got someone bought it for me, but you get these tickets. Come on.
Well, there's an advantage to being within walking distance of Copenhagen, I guess.
It's like 1,500 kilometers to the north, but sure. I mean, sure.
It's Europe. You're all close together. It doesn't matter. All right, fine. So we're going to take a break while we wait for all of round 1 to conclude and we get our round 2 matchups. But don't go anywhere. We are well underway after a long time. This is SSA. This is SSA RLCS, and we are in the thick of Friday Swiss bracket. Back after the break. All right, and finally we are back after a really long break. We had a lot of sweeps. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sweeps I think we had. So we thought we were going to accelerate and get the next game underway. But then Shmongolia Own took a while. Shmongolia came out on top 3-2 there. And Sesame Street Ballers beat Bird 3-2. So the march of Bird continues. I'm thrilled to see their progress, and also owned a team to absolutely watch out for. But before we get to our next game, Bromy, I want to throw straight to you on we were talking about the Orglis flopper game, and it was interesting to hear the varied opinions of who was doing what in the game, and then the stats showed a different story, but some really good stats coming out of that series.
No, of course, and I'm so glad that you didn't throw stones instead of stats, because I called a 3-2 game. It turned out to be a resounding sweep with some massive totals being scored early on, but we were talking in the back room about positions. Where does Eliakim play? Where does Daps play? Where does Declan play? Because I think it was Alt who said he saw a lot of Declan, a lot of Daps, playing defensively. And I thought that was a really, really good point to make, because Eliakim was the man up front applying a lot of the pressure. But, and this is the interesting point, is that Daps played a majority of his game in the defensive third, and Declan played the majority of his game in the neutral third. Now, if you recall, Declan scored 8 goals, and the man spent the entire game hanging around in the midfield. You can definitely see some strategy going on. And I had to look through the stats of this game, and I was thinking with the whole ping issue that there might be differences in possession with, obviously, the higher the ping, more you want to control the ball, but it was 50-50. So that just speaks to the quality of the play of what Declan was doing out there. He took advantage and he absolutely nailed it. And it's really, really fascinating to see all of these strategies playing out in real time.
And it certainly speaks to how, I think, how they came out and played. In my mind, clearly a strategy, a plan, and they executed really well. So Q, do those stats tie in with the eye test, what you saw going out there live?
I mean, I think as far as the goal, I felt like it definitely was very evident that Declan was putting a lot of pressure on the net, but I was kind of surprised to see that he spent most of his time kind of in that middle third, but kind of, I think, reflecting back, realizing a lot of it was runs in and those rebounds and things. I think it makes sense, but I think I think for me, I saw Declan score so many goals. I just would have expected him to have more time in the offensive third. I think that was probably like the big outlier for me. But I think that just shows how good also their rotations are, right? You're able to get back in that middle part, and you're moving downhill facing the net. It's just, it works so well.
And I'm delighted to see Declan sort of almost coming into his own. He's a young player. He's 16 years old. So has got a lot of time ahead of him in the game, and he's been there or thereabouts over the last couple of seasons. I mean, he wasn't allowed to compete given his age, but he was kind of in six mans. He's grinding away, trying to be out there competing. So I'm delighted to see him sort of emerging as an up and coming player. So really, really looking forward to that. So that's the series in the past, the series that are coming up here. So in the upper bracket, the teams that have won, the matchups are for next round. Limitless will be facing the Sesame Street Ballers. Young Money Clan will be playing Shmongolia. Bonjour will be playing 77 Blocks. Firehawks will be playing Orglis. So they've dispatched one team. Firehawks probably a tougher opposition for them, so they got their work cut out for them there. And then the teams that lost, Bird was up against Straskibity, the EU team. Owned Esport up against White Rabbit Gaming. Drift Queens up against Drain Gang. And Team Flopper against World of Tanks. And our matchup, what we're going to be looking at, our featured game is Bonjour versus 77 Blocks, who just dispatched they just dispatched Drift Queens, and on 77 Blocks is Twinzer, I think, who was kicked from Drift Queens, went to 77 Blocks and beat his former team. There's always a bit of satisfaction in that.
Yeah, I feel like when you start off with the momentum like that as well, you know, you kind of get to move in towards a matchup against Bonjour, where I think people would probably say on paper, you know, Bonjour would be the favorites here. But if 77 Blocks already feeling good and their game is playing well, I mean, who knows how far they can carry this momentum, Greybeard.
What I'm loving here is the demo stat up there, Bromeo. I mean, we talk about demos, 4 demos versus nothing. I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
Not one?
Not one. I think that is purely because they didn't compete last time, so there's no historical data. And that would probably make the most sense to me. But having an average on 4.1 demos per game for any team is a good sign of a healthy attack. And looking both of them on paper, both results from last round were sweeps, and they were both convincing sweeps. So I can't even draw comparisons from a point of how they performed. So we're going into fresh water here. Somebody has to lose. And at this point, it's incredibly tight because they performed exactly the same. So I think we're going to have to delve a little deeper going forward, but I think it's going to be tight.
All right, well, the chat vote is open. You can vote for who you in chat believe are going to win. Hashtag, I saw it there a moment. So you can vote in chat. It was up there on the screen. Hashtag 77B and hashtag BONJ, Bonj for Bonjour. Get your votes in. So while the chat vote is going on, let's turn our attention now to the desk, and we had a desk sweep in the last series. All of us going with Orgless. So Q, you've got a lot to live up to. Starting with you, what's your feeling? Just because you weren't here, Bromeo and I have a successful track record. So we start with you. Your prediction.
I mean, I feel like I'm always the one rooting for the underdog whenever we get to this stage, it feels like. But I do feel like kind of what I was just saying with for 77B, just the fact that you coming off on a big win, you got the redemption, you're feeling good, maybe even a little bit on the other side of the pitch for Bonjour, kind of coming in sleeping because of the fact that you had a 3-0 sweep and you're kind of expecting it to be easy. So go ahead and give me 77B.
Wow. Okay, we'll try not to give you lashes for that. But Bromeo, I mean, it is a bit. It's tough because this is another team we haven't seen too much of, so it's hard to have that historical track record. Over on Bonjour, Skill Steel, Wilu, Cam, these are players, superstars of our region. So given what stats you've been able to get hold of, where's your prediction going?
Look. And this is a tough one. Cam is currently leading the league in the amount of goals scored. He just scores goals. And this is a new untested team. Look, they've just won a solid one. They've made it here. They've proved their credentials. But now they're going to go against their first real block. And man, I really hate these kind of predictions because it's all so close, but I honestly have to call Bonjour.
All right, cool. Well, it's not their first real block; it's their first real 77 blocks. So a lot of work there. Okay, so Bonjour for the Bromeo. I'm going to go with Bonjour as well, and most of that is emotional and partisan, which is how I've pretty much always done my predictions. Q, do you have a prediction for us? A series score?
I think if 77 blocks pulls it off, it's in 5. So I'm going to say 77 blocks in 5.
77 and 5. Bonjour in how many, Bromeo?
Ooh, it's also going to be a close one, but I'd say I can't call it. This is best of 5, right?
Yes.
Best of 5. I'd call it 3-1.
All right, 3-1. 79% believe in chat. Bonjour will take it. A bit of a partisan vote, no doubt. 77 blocks get 21% of the vote. And we are ready to get this game underway. And the casters will take it from here. Once again, Machtfish, this time joined by Altruism.
We've had it before, Europe versus Sub-Saharan Africa, Europe versus South Africa. We have it here once more, but now with a little bit of a twist here, as we've got Germany taking on South Africa, not only in the pitch, but also in the booth.
I'm glad you phrased it like that. I'm very interested because you know these 77 block guys, right? I mean, Bonjour is a team that in SSA we've seen a lot of, but I haven't gotten to see these guys. So what can we expect from them as we jump into game number 1?
I mean, the thing is, I think 77 blocks, especially now that they dispatched Drift Queens in that early round, they are the second best import team to come out of Europe into SSA. And Twister and Twinzer especially have been playing together for the better part of 2 years domestically in Germany. They're just very rooted, they're very good in their game sense, they've got high-level mechanics. The problem for them really is going to be how they can adapt with the server, how they can adapt their playstyle to be more aggressive, to be more active, because honestly, neither of them is really the most active player.
Oh, that's big, hey? It's something that we haven't chatted about a lot on the desk, is how it makes a difference. Stuff like your 50s, you just can't read it as well. You go up for a pre-jump, you can't adapt as quickly to what your opponent is going to do, so they're going to have to rely a little bit on individual plays. They managed to do it here. You say the second best import team, well, they're up against arguably the second best SSA team, and that's what makes this clash so exciting, as both of them trying to find their feet, getting close but no cigar on the goal lines.
Nothing yet, but Willow and, of course, Bonjour having a better start of it. 77 blocks still trying to find their feet. Skill Seal shoots that one past the post. It's just slightly wide. Willow, though, follows it up nicely together with Skill Seal. 77 blocks in defense, waiting on the backboard, waiting for the ball to come to them, and then trying to mount the counterattack, but Cam will make sure that doesn't happen. Skill Seal has a pass option, Energizer to keep it out of harm's way.
Takes a nice little touch. The second one on the ground gives it straight into the hands of Wilu, who's now trying to find it around. Twinzer does a good job of keeping that backboard clear for now, but still the onslaught continues from Bonjour. There's a good jump up from Cam. He's denied out there, and so the clashes are certainly finding the mark, but the deflects are there just to parry at every stage from both sides.
Deflects are there, but midfield control is beautifully being held by Bonjour. I'm actually very impressed with how Bonjour and Orclus in our previous series have just held midfield completely under lock. It's making it so difficult to break out for their opponents. Last time, of course, it was Team Swapper. This time, it is 77 blocks, but the blocks slowly but surely inch their way forward. That double commit, though, is surely going to hurt them. Twister to the side wall, finds Twinzer, and the ball is in safety.
Well, you talk about that midfield pressure. That's kind of something that's become the flavor of SSA. I mean, this is most of the old Orlando Pirates roster, Cams and Skillsteel, of course, coming from there. And that was how they won every one of their games. They really just constricted their opponents into making mistakes, little double commits. They moved the ball around in front of the goals time and time again, till eventually they got their opportunities, and they've done well here. There's a bit of a breakaway. Skillsteel has to deflect towards the corner. Wilu, a quick chase after that. A little bit of a bump takes out Twinzer, giving Wilu a little bit more space, and he goes up high, forces Energizer into a bit of defense, but Energizer doing well there.
Energizer doing well, and Twister tries to follow it up. Not much control here for 77 blocks. You want to, ideally, and I think that's their game plan too, they want to be in control as much as possible. They want to have ball possession as much as they can, because that's when it actually gets easy for you if you're playing with Taiping. As long as you're behind the ball, everything is good. As long as you don't have to react to your opponent, everything is in order. But as soon as you have to, that's when things become difficult, as Energizer has to make a difficult save off the goal line there.
Oh, and it was well done. I mean, he was in a very difficult position, and the shot came across, and that's what we're seeing here from this Bonjour side, is the opportunistic strikes here and there. They just whittle away at their opponents, and still, it seems like 77 blocks struggling to really find a shot. They're spending a good amount of time around the orange goal now. Pops up high, but well-controlled. Wilu, not under too much pressure there, tries to go off the wall for the dunk, but it's the real first shot registered out here for our side in blue.
First shot registered, and the great demo there from Skillsteel to alleviate a lot of that pressure that was building from 77 blocks in the past 30 seconds or so. Just to get rid of third man, just try to help out your teammates as much as possible. And I think that's especially where someone like Skillsteel really shines, where has been shining on, and you said in the past, on Orlando Pirates. It's not necessarily about him. He knows he's maybe not the most mechanically gifted player, but he knows how to make an impact still, despite that fact.
Yeah, and he's got two great mechanical players up next to him. Wilu and Cam are fantastic in their own rights. Now they've got to work together, though. Shot comes in. The pass was towards the center. And with 30 seconds left, it seems like 77 blocks have finally left the starting block and found it with perfect team cohesion.
Team cohesion found. Twister finds Energizer in the middle, and that will truly energize 77 blocks. After having to survive an onslaught in the opening half, they found their footing. They did something that in our last series we talked about with Team Flipper they couldn't do. They got a rhythm back into the game, and now they're a threat. Twins are downright 2-0 for 77 blocks.
Great kickoff there. Such good control from Energizer off the wall. Those corners are dastardly at the best of times. And then he continues that pressure towards the center, puts Skill Steal on the back foot, and Twins are in position to make the shots. 20 seconds left, 2 goals down, and suddenly Bonjour are going to have to try and find their way back. Maybe even in game 2.
Probably has to go in game 2, but the thing is, what do you tell Bonjour? Because they've been playing a very good game. All the separate blocks have been there for Bonjour. The problem for them is that that last instant, in that final third, that final touch to either your teammate or the shot, just not quite on, just an iota off, and that's the iota that gave 77 blocks the opening to come back here.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, after 4 minutes, 77 blocks had 2 shots to their name. They managed to get it back all the way up to 6 there. Those last 50 seconds, 60 seconds were fantastic for them, getting in everything that they needed to. Nice assists coming out from them, and they're the saves. That's the big part of it, right? 8 shots from Bonjour forced, 8 saves from 77 blocks, but they did it with pretty good comprehension the whole way through there. You know, they didn't look too worried. 1 or 2 there, they had to sneak out on an awkward landing. But other than that, they held their composure the whole way through. And Bonjour, they tried a lot, but they're going to have to dig a little bit deeper into that arsenal if they want to try and find a win.
That's definitely true. And I feel like especially Wilu has been fairly quiet in this game. He's normally very flashy, as we talked about earlier. And he also, let's not forget, he gets French buff from being from Réunion. So that's not something to be underestimated. But I feel like what the overall game structure says about 77 blocks and the way they approach it is that they are used to being onslaught like this. They're used to being onslaught by good players. They know it domestically. Having played against the best Germany has to offer us, and that includes all of the RLCS pros like Tox, Rizex, Catalysm, Ivan, and Rizias, and so on. They know how good offense works, and they know how to defend against a good offense. So really, Bonjour has to bring something to the table that isn't standard, that's a bit more unpredictable for their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the general strategy, the general style of the approach for Bonjour, it was a lot of rolling it up in the corners, or, you know, like one pass there. Not a lot of favoring of the backboard from what I was able to track, but... You know, they've definitely got those options. We haven't seen any big individual mechanics coming out from the side. They've got the ability for someone like Cam to start dragging it through the air and making things difficult, but the pressure was at least there. They've got a core part of their gameplay up and right. The 77 blocks certainly impressing the SSA audiences in their debut match on stream. Now, can they do it again? We head into game number 2. Skill Steal and the rest of Bonjour off to a good start. They're linking together. Wilu finds it off the backboard. Cam misses the shots.
It's an easy shot miss, and the counterattack is immediately threatening Energizer. Can he beat that? Wilu? No, he cannot. Twice now. The ball has been saved at the last possible time. It's back and forth for the opening of game 2. Skill Steal doesn't quite have the read off the corner. That's allowing 77 blocks to come back into offensive positioning. Energizer, though, easily dealt with by the defense, can turn around and maybe slot it home. No, not quite now. It's a chaotic start, though, Ult, to this game 2.
Chaos, that's what we're here to see. Once more linking onto the backboard requires all 3 members of Bonjour, but neither of them finding purchase, and they've left their back a little bit open. Wilu, having done the rotations around, manages to keep that up, and once more into the possession here for Bonjour. Cam's off the backboard, doesn't link up this time, and the shot is soft from Wilu. Twister does well to get it towards the side. Again, Bonjour doing 99% of the work, but it's that last 1% that still eludes them.
That ball was almost in. It was 80% over the line already until Twister miraculously recovered just in time. 77 blocks. The defense is holding strong and the offense is still being a bit hit and run for them right now. Energizer tries to stick around, tries to make it awkward, but with 0 boost to his name, he's not gonna have an easy time with the Twister shot. Triple commit out of Bonjour, but Energizer whiffs, and that's the pressure pretty much gone.
Yeah, that was a big break for them at that stage. They had finally managed to turn it around. They had gotten Bonjour scrambling at that stage. There were a couple of overcommits in a couple of passages of play there, but they managed to regain themselves. Twins are forced to make a good save. Hands it off to Energizer, who's trying to carry it. Cam intercepts halfway through. And this is where the ping does make a difference. These 50s are hard to read. Sometimes you just have to go in for it and hope. And that hope has paid off. 77 blocks, led by Twister now in the air. Spins around, gets denied by Weelu. Cams versus Twinser, they're going to try and reinvigorate this. Energizer in for another attack, but it stalls out in the corner.
Still stalls out in the corner. Now Cam up high, flip reset, but doesn't get it past the pre-jumping Twinser, who's more than well equipped to deal with that one in the midfield, as we see a cheeky wall dash out of Energizer that actually reaps some results here as it gets a good and favorable 50-50. But nonetheless, it's still 0-0. It's still in that final third. Not quite where you need it to be! Scratch that! That's where you need to be! Twinser gets rid of the opponent!
Man, when we look at teams that have such good mechanics behind them, you sometimes underestimate that quick little demolition that comes through, and the assassination on the baseline opens up everything that 77 blocks needs. Twister makes no mistake. He carried it and delayed it for long enough to open it up for his teammate. And they managed to get the first goal once more. Bonjour now back into the attack. They've got a minute and a half, so a little bit more time to play with than in their previous match. But still unable to find a purchase in the back of the net.
And you know who's especially happy about that demolition? Romeo. He was like, oh, it's impossible that someone hasn't demoed at least once. Well, there's a demo, and there's an effective one. And
oh no!
But there's also an own goal! Oh no, it's tragic for 77 blocks. It's the first goal in favor of Bonjour, and it's been scored by Twinser.
I mean, I don't know if Bonjour is going to be clipping that for any montages, but at the end of the day, that all that matters is the scoreline. And what a devastating way to give up the pressure that you've been holding for 2 games effectively here. I don't think that 77 blocks is going to be devastated because Bonjour is still unable to find it through their own machinations. But right now, it's opened everything back up. That could change the entire series. A minute left to go, and we're at a goal apiece.
It sort of has the feeling of deadlock broken. Doesn't matter how you score it. It only matters that you do. Energizer double taps it down. Doesn't quite find the angle still, though. Demo's coming in and flying in. Pressure from 77 blocks, and pressure that cannot be sustained by Bonjour's defense.
Yeah, 100%. Everything from Energize on the backboard there, just open it up and you could see the dives and desperation coming through from Bonjour. Eventually it takes a very clean, very smart demo there. And once more, the demos just separating out the goal lines. 1 goal ahead comes out for the 77 block side. Once more back into defense. Quick pressure up for Twister.
Wake up by Twister. Twins are following him, making sure that Bonjour don't get a moment's reprieve as Willu tries to find a bit of an angle on the counter-attack, but still only 20 seconds remain. Skillsy lurking on the backboard, but now abandoning it. Could have been an impossible passing opportunity, but they don't need it. They just need a mighty 50 from Cam.
That is fantastic. And look at how Cams deals with this in the air. He manages to delay it. He has 3 or 4 options at shot. Does he take it to the backboard? Does he put it in himself? Just slows it down. Manages to turn into the backboard pass. Gets it towards this teammate. Back into the game. Bonjour says hello. We've got 10 seconds left. We could be looking at our first overtime. Not if 77 blocks has anything to say, though. They're coming back in. Cams puts it up high. Needs to control it down. He's baited Twister into the attack. Twins are there to reinforce. Well kept down by Skill Steal. And Energizer just lets it tap down behind him as we head again to our first overtime. What a series this is, Mark.
First overtime of the Swiss stage, and indeed quite a heroic one in favor of Bonjour. I feel like game-wise, it's been more in favor of 77 blocks, and the Germans try to find a quick end. Energizer off the corner. It's going to bounce back. Twinzer make sure Twister can collect in its own back half. And now it's once more airborne by Twister, who's sort of developed himself into the most attacking player for 77 blocks, into the more mechanical sort of player for them.
Oh, and there it is, a semi-vacant backline, everyone facing the wrong direction. Twinzer cannot get it past the pressure, and Skillsteal off the wall. Weelu, Cam was there for the extra one, but Energizer getting a little bit greedy for that boost. They didn't expect the shot to come out, and Bonjour, they were on the defense. They were suffering the deficit of goals for most of that match. And at the end of the day, that one own goal really did come back to haunt 77 blocks. They take their first loss. We're into a 1-1 series. And interestingly, where our first round was clear sweeps, seems like our second round definitely more matched. Firehawks and August also set at 1 apiece. YMC and Mongolia also locked up after 2 games.
1 apiece across the board when it comes to EU versus SSA. At least for Origin, because they're all SSA teams, let's not forget. They're all going to be representing whichever one of them is going to be representing SSA at Copenhagen. They are all going to be SSA teams by then. However, here I feel like Bonjour really, this third game, the second game, sorry, they were trying to really try to establish themselves, and even though they were sent behind, they didn't give up. Like, yes, that one goal only was fortuitous. It doesn't mean it wasn't deserved.
Yeah. I mean, you create opportunities, right? The more you practice, the luckier you get. This is Rocket League. It's a physics-based game. There's only so much you can really get lucky there. And as much as it was a lucky goal, it certainly, you could see the impact it had on the morale. Where the team wasn't giving up before, they were invigorated. They were fired up, and they came back hammering. And that's considering 77 blocks had the vast majority of shots in the first half. Bonjour suddenly took a much better control of the game. You could see it. They calmed down a little bit on their scrappy rotations at the back there. They kind of held their defense when the pressure continued, and then they managed to turn around. A great shot at the end there. We're getting now into game number 3, best of 5. So still a long way to go in this series if we've got any luck.
Hopefully, we'll get the entire length of the series, because I think both these teams deserve that length to be that Champions Field to be that fine differentiator. And right now, Cam is differentiating himself from the pack. Beautiful solo play, beautiful 50s. 1, 2, thank you.
That's beautiful. I mean, this is another aspect of the ping. Someone dribbling, man, you just gotta kind of go for it. You choose your moment as best you can. And there was a desperate attempt there from 77 blocks, but Cam's had full control of it from the beginning. Even had the ability to get that last little touch at the end there. But a beautiful bit of individual mechanics coming out. And that's what we wanted to see, the variation coming out from these sides. They've got the ability to work as a team, and they've got the ability to shine as the superstars they are on their own. Great way for Bonjour to pick up that first goal, and I think they're going to be ecstatic about that.
Ecstatic about that first goal. We said earlier, the first goal could act as a bit of a can opener here for Bonjour. But it only opens the can of worms, I'm afraid, because 77 blocks is coming back. Twister finds a beautiful shot that just goes towards the back post and drops in down. Unsavable for the defense.
Came from quite a good cumulative period of play there from 77 blocks. They were in and around. We have seen them troubling the defense of Bonjour for a really nice soft lofted shots, but the placement was absolutely perfect. Bonjour getting in their way a little bit here. Cam still manages to come out, but only with one touch there before it's returned towards the orange side. Another demo comes out there that's been so detrimental to the Bonjour side. Cam's got a bit of a breakaway here. The pinch was there. He's going to collect it. He's got one to beat. He flicks it up and hits the crossbar. Weelu, Skillsteal. Can they do something together? No, that's all she wrote for Bonjour on this attempt.
Unfortunate, perfect delay from Cam as well to use that little touch to get Twinzer committing early. But alas, the flick too good for that situation. A very clean one. Too clean of a flick against the crossbar. And 77 blocks can sigh deeply. With that one, they can breathe, and now they may even put themselves in front. Skillsteal can set it to the side. Twinzer, and they're on the backboard. Overall, backboard defense immaculate from both sides.
Oh, such a nice carry, such a nice dunk to put it towards the blue net. Twister having to do work there. It's been taken away from him. Opens up a 50 for Wheelu to take there in the center. Doesn't get the second touch, but he sets it down for the pass. Energizer with a desperate save to send it towards the sign. 2 minutes into the game, and the tussle strengthens even more.
Tussle strengthens, but so does Twister in the air. Twists around, bottom right. Once more, the Achilles heel of Bonjour.
Anything you can do in the air, I can do better, apparently. With Bonjour struggling to get the double tap, Twister makes absolutely no mistake there. Had full control, realized he got one to beat, and all he had to do was get the placement there. And he does it with aplomb. 2 goals to 1 up here. 77 blocks has looked powerful in each of their games, and arguably could have taken that second game even without the overtime. They're looking to bring it back now. Half a match still to go, and Bonjour had their fair share of shots themselves. Can they bring it back? Wheelu going to take control and take it high.
I like though that this match has pretty much swung back from one extreme, the opening half in game 1, that was completely dominant by Bonjour, to then of an equal and opposite response by 77 blocks. And now it's been, ever since the beginning of game 2, it's really been a lot more open. It's been very much about who can establish midfield control best and who can find their way through. It's not just one team going, then another team going in like one-way Rocket League. It's both teams being active participants, but not Skill Steal. He's been deleted from the pitch, and Energizer thanks his teammates with the 3rd goal.
Oh, the demos once more. Poor Skill Steal trying so valiantly in the background there to be that 3rd man, and just no chance. Twister working together, wreaking havoc in the back line. They get themselves a comfortable 2-goal lead with 1.5 minutes to go. Cam's trying desperately to break away at the kickoff. But Energizer straight away back into the attack.
Straight away back into the orange half, where no doubt 77 blocks will feel most comfortable. But they have to try to get that comfortable on defense, especially when 2 of them are staring you down. Cam and Steel play that 2v1 out beautifully. Twinser really had no chance.
Yeah, Skill Steal, he's had enough of being the recipient of the demos. He decides to go for one of his own. And even though he doesn't make contact, you know that it's in the mind of his opposition there. And this is what I like about watching good Rocket League like we're seeing here in this matchup. You see these periods of play from each of the team. One team takes control and holds it for a while, works their way up the field, and it takes something magical from the other side to wrench the grasp away from them. And then you have a turnaround play, and like you say, that midfield find exactly where it's determined in most of these bouts so far. This time, turned away. Wheelu does enough to at least give Cam some space. Now he's going to link up once more. Doesn't get that extra touch. That would have been a beautiful chance. Cam's pulled 2 into there, and he's made it past.
That one slipped through the cracks. Cam leaves it for Wheelu. Wheelu fakes it, misses it, and then Energize and Twister just get into each other's way. No save found, and an easy goal in the end for Bonjour to find the equalizer. 3-all with 1 minute left to play in game 3. And if I was a betting man, I'd surely think overtime is looming.
It's got to be right, but I don't know if we've seen the end. No, just as I'm saying it, we have not seen the end of the goals in regulation. And long shot comes out there, the pass towards the center, and Energize up at incredible pace, finds that tiny little angle. I don't know if Wheelu helped that in at the end there, but the shot was too dangerous to do anything but a valiant attempt, and 1 goal up. This is where 77 blocks loves to be when it comes to that final minute, but they got to worry. Cameron's been so good in the air, he's even going to have a second chance. Twister denies it out and gives Wheelu some work to do.
Twister immediately putting on the pressure on Wheelu, who deals with it beautifully, gets past the second Energizer though. That 3rd man is 1 too many for Wheelu, but he gets a second pick at the apple. Pass in the center, not going to be punished for now, but of course 77 blocks, struggling for boost at the minute. Energizer, 12 boost to his name, gets a big clear, gets a good 50-50. That's surely going to alleviate a lot of that stress that was being put on the defense, and Twinser against the crossbar and the post. No nail in the coffin of game 3.
10 seconds now for Bonjour to do something. They're on the right side of the field. Wheelu starting to set something up. Energizer has gotten a little bit more boost in the tank. It's pushed out towards the side. Can someone keep this up? Skill Steal clashes with Twinser. They try and keep it up. Wheelu with a nice little pop. Cam trying to keep it going. It's gone the wrong way down the field. They're still trying desperately to keep this up. Cam not able to get to that at the end. 77 blocks going to regain their spot on the top.
They win in a bit of a weird fashion, I feel like, but they still get the win. It was very, very scrappy, and I think it's more scrappy than they'd like to admit to. Bonjour, to be fair, made it scrappy, though. Because of the way they position themselves in the midfield, it's very difficult to come through. You have to take these 50-50s, and Bonjour knows that's their advantage, and they're fully trying to exploit it.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the shot tally between these two teams, 10 for Bonjour, 9 out from 77 blocks, it seems like the slugfest is here. These guys have picked up the intensity. They're trying everything. The demos are starting to flow freely. 4 there for 77 blocks, and 2 of those ending in goals just shows the physicality of these two teams. The shots that were turned aside were even banging on target on each of those things. And so it did take a heroic effort, a Herculean effort to be able to get something onto those. And so you can see that I think we're not done yet. Bonjour still a lot in the bag, but 77 blocks bringing their A game here, and it's paying off for them. They've done spectacularly to find the back of the net as many times as they have.
They've done spectacularly, but I still think that Bonjour on defense is sometimes just a little bit too disorganized. They are not clean enough. They know that they know the capabilities that 77 blocks have. They respect the capabilities, but that's leading them to panic a little bit. And that panic just ends up in double commits, ends up in going a bit too far on your position. It just leaves you suboptimal. Is what I'm getting to, and that suboptimal position is then punished with a demo or with just a straight shot on target by 77 blocks. So I feel like the main thing for Bonjour, if they don't want to say au revoir after this game, it's to calm down under pressure.
Yeah, 100%. You can see it. There's a couple of little missed touches that are just not connecting, and the idea is there. They still know what they're wanting to do. The execution just starting to fall apart a little bit, whether on defense or on the offense. They're trying as they might. They've got to just calm down and get it right as a team. They're going to try a nice early aggression again from their side, but got to worry about Energizer. Wilu does well, pays with his life, but at least brings us back towards the blue crossbar. There's a little touch there across the field. Wilu a little bit too far away on that one. Has taken control. Gonna flick it up. Finding Cams, but Twister. And when you talk about a defense that looks composed, the 77 blocks has been fantastic from our first moment.
It really has been composed. They know what they're doing. They are well organized, and now on the counter-attack, Energizer is trying to sneak one past, but Wilu has a good save, and maybe now Wilu can finally get to the level where we know he's having a very quiet series. He's not making contact. He's missing fairly easy or standard reads for him. I think Wilu just needs one of those moments where he just hits a flip reset double touch or something. It sounds easy, right? Just hit the flip reset double.
Just
do it, but to get his confidence back, because I see a lot of uncharacteristic whiffs from him at this point.
I mean, you have summed it up. If I hit the double flip resets backboard touch, I would be feeling ecstatic for the rest of the day. So that's certainly a good strategy if he can pull it off. Now we see Bonjour on the deficit. They're on the backboard. They have to have a scrambled static defense there to turn around. Cams does come away with it, at least keeping us at a 0-0 scoreline. Yeah, that definitely seems like a little bit of a mental break, a little bit of a turn in the series is what's required for Bonjour to really be firing at their peak.
Bonjour, though, still, of course, not out. Those who are believed dead live the longest after all. And Bonjour trying to find a second lead on life. Twister, though, denying them any sort of stay in the blue half and carrying it down the orange half to add insult to injury. Cam tries to get it past Energizer, will not be successful in his effort as the bombs come out. Wilu evading that one, gets the flip reset. Hello, Wilu comes to the party, but he will not be able to push his way through Twister as he's standing security at the gate.
We got halfway there. You asked for the double flip reset. He got one of them at least, and it certainly did show its promise and against the 77 block side. Still really no linking together for the side in this match. Meanwhile, 77 blocks looking very potent on their offense. Nice communication coming out from Quinlan Twister. Hands it off there. Skill steal pops it up nice and high. Cams with not a lot of boost, but a good quick jump. At least manages to keep the momentum going for them. Wilu now has got work to do. He gets a bad touch. He sends it back towards his own net. gives Skill Steal some homework while the other two try and regather their blue stocks.
Skillsy though hands it in, and our resident teacher here, Ultras, greats his efforts with an A+, but unfortunately it's not enough to deny another attack coming from 77 blocks. We're now trying to push for that first goal.
Skill Steal versus Twins in the center. Wheelu also just lingering around. Energizer wants to take this up. He's got two members right in the center. It's a good pass, at least in the theory. An unfortunate practicality meant it was a little bit too hard. Skill Steal trying to go for that big 50 in the center. Doesn't come away with it, but at least gives the space for Wheelu to try and reinvigorate this. No real big looks looking towards that blue net right now. Once more cramped up. Energizer and Twister working together. Wheelu's got to get this out. Skill Steal nearly bumps it back into his own net. He's gathered his control, at least until he meets up against Twinzer. That's a nice bit of clear. Skill Steal and Cam both going up for it, neither making the contact. And Energizer now keep it going. 1 minute left without a goal.
1 minute left, no goal scored thus far. An infield pass, second to third. That's always dangerous. Twister, psycho attempt even from him coming out. But yes, pass second to third there from Twinzer to Twister. Always very dangerous if you don't get the angle straight. And it nearly led to an opening goal here as Twinzer tries. Wheelu will defend it away. Now it's Cam versus Energizer. 1v1 situation. Cam delays it as much as he can. Unfortunately, not enough to get it past the German.
Nice handoff from Skill Steal into Wheelu. Doesn't manage to get far away. Still turns into a 50 ball. And Skill Steal once more has to go up in a puff of smoke. He gets taken out, but resets onto the baseline with the rest of his team. They turn away the defense for now. Ball pops up in the center. Both again, double commits. Skill Steal and Wheelu up for this. Wheelu has to settle himself for a 50. Now they're short a man, and Skill Steal having to drop back. Turns it aside on the last second. And we go to a goalless overtime. After a 3-4 match in our last game, what a change in the tempo of this series.
Wheelu had to be very careful there with that bounce from the kickoff.
No.
There's Twister, and there's the winner for 77 blocks. Quick little overtime, no repeat of game 2. Immediate pressure off the kickoff, and Twister sends them to 2-0 in the Swiss stage.
A great showing. Yeah, you talked about them being arguably one of the top European teams to take a vacation here in SSA. And they've shown that they're here to fight. They're here to win. And Bonjour, with this new lineup, does not manage to get it all together. And it just comes down to, I don't know if it's nerves or just beginning of the weekend for now. Of course, we still expect to see a lot more of Bonjour going forwards. But it's certainly not going to be in the unbeaten streak through the Swiss stage. They're going to have to take their first loss.
They now do have a score to settle, as you see bewildered faces on the desk as I don't think they're quite sure how that one happened, but I think Greybeard, now he has got time to settle his thoughts. And Ryan, what do you think of that one then?
Yeah, my thoughts are certainly not settled by any stretch of the imagination, but
So, I see your pulse there. It's
yeah, oh yeah, I put it up there. I was trying to keep it. I was putting it up there for myself. I forgot it was still there. Yeah, I think I got up to just under 100 at one point during all of that. But it was frustrating. In Ultrazim, I go back to something you said all the way back. I think in maybe even game 1, which was Bonjour were doing 99% of the work, but just not getting. I mean, in the first couple of games, we saw these balls almost crossing the line. Great defensive work from 77, though, but it was a game of almost Ultrazim.
A game of almost, and that's the most frustrating. You know, if a team gets completely run over, then you can be like, okay, there was a big skill gap, but the skill gap was so tight here, and it just came down to composure. 77 blocks didn't actually look like they wavered at any stage. When their rotations were forced onto the back foot, as soon as they had to go and do that goaltending work, they were there cleanly, one after the other. And it wasn't just like a desperate save for the most part. You know, there were a couple of times they were forced into that, and they did well. But most of their touches off that baseline were clean. They were to the side, they were to the corner, they were to a teammates, or just a nice bang out there. And that's what you're looking for a team that looks confident. Meanwhile, on the other side, you know, it seemed like Bonjour was all about the offense. They were all about that midfield control. And as soon as they got beaten backwards, then they were starting to scramble and just try and regather it together. And it almost was just desperate touches for touch's sake.
And then on the issue of composure, Mark, for me, as the series went on, we saw more and more double commits from, and even on occasion, triple commit from Bonjour. Like the communication was breaking down. And it was particularly frustrating because it had happened a couple of times in offense, which allowed all the pressure they were building to just dissipate and allow 77 back into it.
I mean, that's the thing with the team having formed at the eve of Open Qualifier 1, right? So these mechanisms just aren't there. It takes a bit of time to develop these mechanisms. Who's going for the ball? Are you cutting in rotation to try to keep pressure, or are you letting third man come in? That's really the close things that for Bonjour, unfortunately, in this series against a well-playing 77 blocks, just played against them. And that is the composure that, as a team from Sub-Saharan Africa who doesn't necessarily has had the most international exposure against top level players, I feel like that's the one thing where SSA can take the most from the fact that there are going to be import teams that do have that composure. It's like you have something to look at and you have something that's in your eyes that you can visibly improve on.
All right, so let's take a quick tour around the rest of the series. Limitless swept Sesame Street Ballers, Young Money Clan beating Shmongolia, unfortunately, 3-1. And then this game, Bonjour 77 blocks 3-1. Firehawks, beating Orglas 3-2. That went all the way to game 5. Straz Kibidi sweeping Bird 3-0. Own getting swept by White Rabbit Gaming. Drift Queens sweeping Drain Gang. Team Flopper 3-2 against World of Tanks. So not as good a round for the SSA teams as the first round, but we're hopeful going forward. We do have driver of the day. You can vote for your driver of the day, the player of the day. That's going to be open on the ACGL website, acgl.gg/vote. Who is your driver of the day? That'll be announced after the last series of the day, and you get to win some of the ACGL currency on their website. So go and do that. All rounds have finished, so we're going to take a short break and then get rolling right away into round 3 after the break. And we are back. We are not quite at the halfway stage through the round of Swiss, and there hasn't been too much chaos, although the last break was very, very short. We had a luxurious break after round one, but here we are back on the desk, Bromeo and Machtfish. And I guess closing thoughts, Bromeo, on that last series.
Look, I got to give my honest opinion on this because that's why I'm here. But it was incredibly close, incredibly hard fought. Cams was the strongest of the losing team, coming out very, very well. But there was some very, very interesting stats with regards to 77 blocks. It was very, very clear from positioning that when Twister was at front, the team was doing well, and that carried throughout the entire time. But look, these scores 2-0, 3-2, 4-3, 1-0. It was so close the entire time that all of the stats are so close together. So we'd have to go into heat maps and things like that if we wanted to find the difference. But at the end of the day, 77 just took better opportunity with the chances they had.
And then, Machtfish, I know you, in our conversations off stream, you've spoken about the German style of play tending to be a bit more patient, whereas like the Middle East style of play, when they're playing on high ping, they just go. It's kind of go to counteract the high ping. Do you think it's a case of what you saw from 77 blocks just being generally kind of better, or did you see any adapting to ping?
I think it was a marriage of the two. I think overall 77 blocks was still quite passive in their approach, as in they were very happy to let Bonjour enter that final third, but they were very strict on the regards of where that ball went in the final third. They kept it to the sides most of the time. They didn't keep it in the box. They tried to control that with the 50s. They normally would try to do that a bit more in front of their goal to just lure the opponent in, but maybe that was the adaptation. And then, of course, on offense, I think Romeo pointed that out, Twister was just that meaner sort of player. Fast, aggressive, mechanical, really hard to grasp and really hard to control for Bonjour.
All right, so we move now into the third round of Swiss, and what that means, there are 3 parts to the third round. At the very top, Limitless and Firehawks will play one another. Neither of those teams have lost. So what that means is whoever wins that series has qualified for top 8, and they will have no further work tonight. Same for Young Money Clan and 77 Blocks, which is going to be a very, very interesting matchup there. And then in the middle, where we have all the teams that have won one and lost one, and those matchups are Auglis versus Strathclyde, Bonjour versus Team Flopper, Schmongolia versus White Rabbit Gaming, and Sesame Street Ballers up against the Drift Queens. And then we have 2 elimination series at the bottom of the bracket. These are teams that have lost both of their series so far and have to win to stay alive. Their tournament is now at risk in the next series, and that is Bird versus Drain Gang, an all SSA matchup, and then World of Tanks versus Owned Esport, and that's an EU-owned EU SSA matchup there, and that is going to be our featured match. World of Tanks, Owned Esport, and Owned Machtfish. Owned did so well to make it into the top 16, but haven't had, and they performed quite nicely against Schmongolia, but then overcome by White Rabbit Gaming, so maybe a little bit underperforming. And now they got through 3 EU teams in order to qualify here, so maybe this is what they were waiting for.
Maybe it is an own. Let's not forget they've knocked out in that lower bracket. They knocked out Next Arc of Vitesse, who finished top 4 in Regional 1. So anything can really happen, and I think this own side really can shine here against World of Tanks, who, quite honestly, I'm unsure of as for the quality of player.
Yeah. All right, and Bromeo, what can you bring to us here from the limited information we have?
Well, I was just having a look at how they actually got here, and Owned Esports unfortunately went hard against WRG and also went down 3-2 to Schmongolia. But World of Tanks also similarly losing 3-2 to Flipper and also being swept by Bonjour. So their approach to this game right now is almost identical. Their seedings going into this tournament is in the lower half of the bracket. So it was always going to be a tough ask for them, but this is where statistically they need to make it count. Because they've got one chance. If they don't, this is their tournament over. So we can only have one winner, and on paper, they're a dead heat.
All right, well, it's do or die time, and every tournament has that. Let's open up the chat vote. Who do you think in chat is going to take this? Hashtag OWD for owned. Hashtag, that was there a moment ago. Hashtag, the other hashtag for the other team.
WOT.
Okay, so in chat, decide who you want to win. And just a reminder that Driver of the Day is open, and that's your player of the day for the entire Swiss bracket. And go to acgl.gg/vote. Vote for your Driver of the Day. Could be the last 2 series or anyone in the remaining 3 series. Machtfish, let's have your prediction.
I'm actually gonna start with owned on this one. I think the skilling that they've shown that they have in the qualifier, going to 5 against Orglis in the upper bracket, then beating Next Aqua with Tess in the lower bracket. I think owned have still something to give, even though their start of the day wasn't great or wasn't how they predicted it to go. That being said, Galaxy has been on a high-level player in the SSA before. Defunct has been there as well. I still think the boys have it, and it's going to be close. It's going to be 3-2, but Owned are going to take it for SSA's pride.
All right, and Bromeo, does your analytical brain match up and align with that?
Do you know what? You see, the thing about stats is stats are historical. Stats work in reverse. And so far, my predictions have been very off. But this next call is going to be one from the heart. I've been a long-time follower of Defunct, and that pairing with Galaxy is looking really great. So I'm also going to go 3-2 owned.
3-2 to owned. Okay, so my prediction is part partisan, part from the heart, but part data. Firstly, we spoke about owned not having a great couple of series, neither of World of Tanks. And then secondly, in the qualifying phase, owned did incredibly well against the higher ping teams. So I feel like they've kind of proved themselves there. So I'm going to go with owned as well, but I'm going to be a little bit more optimistic about the series score, and I'm going to go with 3-1. I'm feeling pretty good about that. And so with that all said, I want to make sure I've covered all the things I have to. I have indeed, which means we can get ourselves into the game. So casting this, yo boy Q and Ultrazim, over to you, chaps.
All right, let's get down and do what it do. It's that time. You know, this is SSA. It's round 3 of the Swiss stage. One of these 2 teams have got to go home. So who's going to be able to come out on top? Is it going to be World of Tanks, or is it owned? Only time will tell. What are you feeling, Ult?
Yo, the panel was quite one-sided there. Hey, giving owned the credit there. And credit to owned, you know, going 3-2 versus Mongolia, who we've always said is a very good team, is a good historical thing. But I always have to worry about that unknown, the World of Tanks. And they're going to be taking us in with our first goal straight away, 3 seconds off the kickoff. Kitto managing to get a great read off the side. Your Galaxy valiantly jumping for that. But he wasn't in the same universe, unfortunately, and he gives up that first goal. So, World of Tanks really putting the panel under pressure.
Yeah, they don't take long to strike first here. Actually, I think it's now officially the fastest goal that we've had on stream so far in 2024 over here in SSA. Before it was 4 seconds, so it was hard to beat, but they were able to do it. And you can see moving forward with some aggression here as well. It's going to be a second play there at the net. Absolutely filthy, rising from the skies, and World takes up 2-0.
Oh, jeez, what a start. Kitto again coming through as the proverbial savior at the beginning of the match, just setting such a tempo, such a bar that Owned is going to have to come back to. One of their players still on 0 points, the other on 6 and 12, just showing how little impact they've had in this game so far. But it is again just the first 30 seconds. Now they're starting to link together. Defunct put a little bit in an awkward position there. The Galaxy got to pick this up again. Can't get that extra touch that he needs to turn it towards the goal side. Instead, he and Defunct just have to start retreating backwards. It seems like World of Tanks setting up once more for a high battle.
You can see Kiddo's showed up today and ready to play. Has the 2 goals. Was able to get the save down on the other side as well. Definitely trying to put their best foot forward here in game number 1. Also, I really like the fact that World of Tanks doing a fantastic job of really limiting the amount of time that Own Esports is able to get out of their back half, really applying that pressure, even if it's not necessarily with passing plays, but still just being able to press forward, keep the pressure down, and it just, Own Esports is struggling getting into the other side of the field.
They got a little bit of a chance now. Kiddo doing his best to try and keep that out. Hands it off nicely towards his teammates. They've both gone up for this, which means that they're not going to have as many resources to reinvigorate that attack. And Galaxy succinctly deals with that. A good cut from Kiddo. He's beaten all of them. He's got another breakaway. There picks up his hat trick with 3:33 on the clock as well.
Jeez, you know, it got everyone in the backpack right now. Got the hat trick and the only save so far. The Kiddo has shown up to play, and we're only 90 seconds into this series. World of Tanks wants to keep their Swiss stage hopes alive.
Pick off once more here from the side of World of Tanks. Galaxy has to get up to it, but he's going to hand it off straight away. Heatsy not being able to get to that, and Galaxy now precarious in his own pocket. Has to settle for a 50 there. It's going to go back. Defunct with an awkward touch towards the side, but they've at least managed to break away now. Kito running after this. Defunct tries to pinch it towards the center, but the control from Kito is there. It just keeps it out of the hands. Even some extra clashes there on the side of Own Esports. That's not the way you want to do it if you're going to try to bring back this 3-goal deficit.
Kito there was actually trying to find a 4th as well, trying to continue to extend things here. Owned Esports has been able to push their offense forward here. Looks like Galaxy gonna at least slow down the push forward, and Defunct should be able to field this around the midfield line, but fumbles the bag here a little bit, allowing World of Tanks to now push forward just a little bit more, which kind of ends up being a little bit more of a kind of a fake out here. You can see Owned Esports able to get control, pushing the ball forward. Unfortunately, it does get stuck here in this corner, which makes it a little bit tough to make a play towards the net, but Defunct says that doesn't matter. I'm rising up. I'm getting myself one, and Owned Esports is on the board.
That is a brilliant little counter-attack there. World of Tanks actually looked like they were going to set up something big. They started pushing all their players up. They were looking for the passes between it, and the dunk comes out. And not just that, not just stopping the attack in its progress, but managing to turn around, getting that second touch. A really nice bit of revolution here comes out for the Owned Esports side. They managed to pick up 1, still 2 goals to go. They've got a bit of time behind them as well to make it work.
Yeah, looks like they got a little bit of pep in their step here. Got a little bit of that swagger after goal number 1. They've got the control here for now. Unfortunately, though, that's going to be a demo wide open. And on the other side, it's going to be off the... Nope, not off the post. Just rolls in. World of Tanks going to get the friendly roll, and they're able to re-extend that lead back out to 3.
The cohesion again lacking from this own side. The double commit into that. Maybe it was just a desperate attempt to rectify a difficult situation, but at the end of the day, the goal in the back of the net puts it 3 to the better for this World of Tanks side. And despite the panel's best attempts at a prediction here, they are certainly looking to be hammered down here in game number 1. 2 minutes left on the board. Wailu. I think it's Wailu or Wilu. We've got another Wilu there from
It's so hard because it's like almost the same name, right? I was actually questioning myself earlier when I was like, that's gotta be Wailu, right? So I was wondering the same exact thing. But you know what? I feel like for Owned Esports, we've seen flashes that if they push forward, they've got the right concept. It's just the only thing is World of Tanks is just they came out and were able to really seize the control early in game number 1. I think anyone who's played enough Rocket League knows how hard it is to play from behind once you get to that, especially that 3-goal deficit. So if they can maybe give themselves 1 more goal here before the end of the game, at least a little bit of a motivating factor to start off hot in game 2, I think they're still looking solid.
Momentum is such a big part of Rocket League. You're 100% right. This could just be a warm-up match, especially against a completely unknown side. The shots coming out there are still so dangerous and putting even more pressure. One more chance here. Great shot there to finish it off from Galaxy. A little bit softer than he might have liked and gave it just that smidgen of hope towards the side of World of Tanks, but did enough work at the end of it. 116 credits because of that extra touch from Edek. But at the end of the day, 1 minute, 2 goals, still a tough ask. But maybe this game is not all but over for Owned just yet.
Yeah, you know, I had said let's have him maybe get one just before the end of the game, but with that goal coming so early, I mean, the map still can make sense here, but they need to garner control of this ball here and maybe get it on this push. That way you don't have to rely on a last second goal that's going to be dropping down in front of the net. Unfortunately, Defunct not going to be able to push it in, not going to have to worry about it. You still have 30 seconds. You got the ball down here on this side, but you've got to find a way to put it in the back of the net.
The touches just weren't there. I heard your voice stutter for a second there as we all held our breath to see if Owen could bring him back, but seems like that's going to be all their road. Maybe an extra one here in the bag for World of Tanks as they make their way through. Defunct sends it up nice and high. But I mean, Q, it just seems right now like World of Tanks is just doing a little bit more with the ball every time. They've got that extra one touch, even a half a touch, you know, get it over one player and then go for the 50. Linking together really nicely. A little bit scrappy from Owned Esports in game number 1, and it's cost them. See if they can pick up a final one. No, they won't. So it is going to be 2-4 to the better here now of World of Tanks.
All right, hear me out, though. Maybe a little bit of copium, a little bit of hopium for the blue side of the pitch over here, but it did feel like Owned Esports kind of won that last like 90 seconds to 2 minutes, right? So I feel like even though I think the stats will show that things definitely favored World of Tanks, even if it is just slightly across a couple of those categories, I think Owned Esports started to get things figured out. The question is, can you do something about it in this first like 60 to 90 seconds in game number 2?
Yep. That's going to be huge, right? Putting in a 3-goal deficit at the beginning is devastating. And after that, though, you can see the score tallies, the shot tallies at least, certainly even out. A total of 8 versus 6 is not a massive change between the two teams. And when you consider that World of Tanks took the majority of those in those first 90 seconds, there was definitely a change in the momentum, a change in the play style of Owned Esports. If they can just tighten that up a little bit, you know, utilize that mentality that they had in the second half going forwards, then they've got a good shot to come back into this. But there are only 5 games. World of Tanks doing very well in game number 1, a pretty dominant performance. And they're going to be looking for a good quick start in game number 2.
Well, maybe again, a little bit more of that hopium, copium, especially for our friends from the desk that really kind of expected things to be going the other way. Limitless lost the game. So maybe this is just one of those things where the start of round 3, you know, the team that's going to end up winning kind of gets upset in game number 1. Only time will tell, of course. The beautiful thing, Altruism, in Rocket League, it doesn't matter how bad the score was the game prior. We run that clock back to 5, scores back to 0, and it only takes 8 seconds for Heats here to be able to punch one in and Own Esports have the lead.
The tap up from Galaxy, the clean hit off the wall, and that little doink from Heatsy. That is a beautiful goal at the end of the day. So, like they say, maybe I don't know, Q, where you buy your copium, but you're getting it in industrial amounts right now, my friend. But hey, if it keeps you going through that first game, it certainly has kept the side of Owned into the game, and they've come through firing in a really nice way. Maybe the last round in the beginning of this one just wasn't leaning the way of SSA, but they're back for game number 2.
And I think, but we see actually very briefly, it doesn't take long. Keto's going to be able to find an equalizer. And I like this read off the back here. You can see Defunct kind of sitting back in a spot to try and make the save. Almost gets a nose on it, but unfortunately not able to get high enough. Not sure if there wasn't enough boost to the tank or what, but we're all tied up at 1.
All tied up at 1. Galaxy looking to contest this, but it's taken off his head. Edek gives them no space as the ball too high to deal with. Again, a little bit of awkwardness showing here. Galaxy just holding steady for a second, doesn't decide to jump, tries to retreat in time, and Heatsy not able to make that intercept again. Straight away, World of Tanks take back that dominant position in this game.
Well, that was short-lived, wasn't it? Oh, unfortunate, man. You get
Where's your copium now?
Yeah, I know, really, though. The back-to-back goals, and now you're going to have to find some way to get a response. Because the last thing that you need is one more goal. Defunct's going to be able to get the block there and at least send that thing towards the side. Now it's Galaxy rising up, trying to make sure that they can get this thing cleared. One touch forward from Defunct, looking for a touch off the backboard, but Edek does a good job of fielding this thing. Gonna have to worry about Heats here. Does a good job on the 50 to knock this thing down, and kind of that back and forth around that 50-yard line. You can't help but wonder who's gonna make the mistake and who strikes next.
Been a tough first half again here for the own side, but they're looking to rally once more. Galaxy takes it up nice and high, even comes off the ceiling, but the long shot, Wheelu managing to take it off there as 2 people coalesce from this own side, and he beats both of them. The high challenge there, and then the quick play. Again, the structure just a little bit wide for Own. Maybe thinking they've got a little bit more control over this, but being beaten out by the pace. And with the ping difference here, that's what World of Tanks is going to want to do. They've got to play fast. They've got to play confident, because you can't react at a late stage there. Edic now trying to set something up, and he gets the pass with that late little upside-down touch. He finds Wilu across the net. And the control and cohesion from World of Tanks still unbeaten. I don't expect Tanks to be able to fly like that, to be honest.
Oh, that's just filthy. The setup, the punch home, just a thing of beauty. And we thought that it looked like Owned Esports was maybe showing up to play in game number 2. And just like that, 4 unanswered goals in less than a minute. Make it 5 as Wilu's going to be able to punch it home. And World of Tanks just seems to be on fire.
Man, I'm going to try refill your copium tank right now, because it's almost technically still in the first 90 seconds there. Owen struggling once more in the minute and a half that they take to warm up. But they're losing traction in this series quite badly. They've given up another one. Here comes a devastating attack. Really trying to get this up. It bounces down. Defunct just manages to intercept it in time. He's found Galaxy to work with. Can the two of them manufacture something together? They have to settle for a 50 there. Pops out. TC not in a position to take a clear shot, so has to try and get some mechanics going. But his dribble cut short there. Galaxy pushes it backwards. Wilu's up for this. Gets the double touch. Clangs off the backboard thanks to some good work from Defunct. But the work's still not over.
That was close, and Keto was just a little bit creeped too far up. Almost got a banger off of the rebound there, which would have been absolutely heartbreaking, because it was a nice save, but they haven't been able to really break that 50-yard line. Now going to be able to do so off that touch from Defunct, but very short-lived. As you can see, Edic's going to be able to push forward. That's a shot on target, open net, and now World of Tanks have broken out the big artillery, and they're up by 5.
Man, they are firing in shells from across the field at this stage. 118 k's an hour, no chance for anyone to come back. And I don't know what it is, but my feeling is that Owned is trying to match the pace of their opponents right now and being a little bit outfast in that, where even if they get to the ball first, their touch isn't what they want it to be. It's not as clean, it's not to a partner. It's just a touch for touch's sake, and they're now trying to change things up. They're going for the demos. You see Defunct trying to get through there and cause some consternation, but nimbly stepped aside by World of Tanks, and they're once more back into a good attack. Heatsy now trying to turn something around. Can he get a good double? Denied by Edic.
Just when it looked like they had an opportunity, they're now going to have to turn on the burners, get back to defense. Galaxy's going to be able to field it right around that midfield line, trying to rise up and see if maybe they could look for a touch. Ball strayed just a little bit too far forward, and now once again it is going to be World of Tanks. Look at all 3 of them in the corner, feeling confident, not worried about spacing out the field. They just want to get possession of the ball, try and see if they can push this ball forward to keep the pressure down on this side, because a 5-goal lead, they're just waiting for these last seconds to tick off the clock.
Minute 42, it really is a difficult task ahead. Make that a Brazil, a good solid 7-1 here from World of Tanks. Once more linking up between their players. Wilu, he loves the wheels of his car. He controls it so nicely, and even the shot coming off the tires. He certainly tired out his opponents.
And talk about just a sure display of dominance in game number 2 here by World of Tanks. They have held Owned Esports to just 2 shots, so it looked very briefly like I might have had a point early, but World of Tanks very quickly shut that down. And I'll tell you what, their offenses look so good. Even their defense kind of putting that pressure around the midfield line. They're not even spending any time down in their defensive third really at all.
Desperate attempts there. Both Galaxy and Defunct were up for that shot there, trying to make something hit the back of the net and count and stick for them. Not working just yet. Keto with a rough touch there sends it back towards his own side. And all 3 members here from Own pushed up, looking to take control of this. Edic does well. No one really proactively going for that ball there from the Own side.
Now it's just a matter of time. The question is over on the side of Owned. Can you give yourself a consolation goal or 2? I mean, I don't know about you, Ultra. I feel like for me, when I'm down by multiple goals in a game, I feel like I win if I score last. You know what I mean?
Yeah. At least it gets you back into it, and Galaxy going to secure that for them now. 36 seconds left. They've linked together again, and not the prettiest of goals. Defunct with 1 touch. Wilu gets it wrong in the corner there. The bounce always difficult to read. The Galaxy at least in the right position. Sends it home. might at least give them the morale boost that they need to rally in game number 3.
Bro, that caster prediction's really not looking good right now, man. 7-2 in game number 2. Game 1 wasn't really much closer. I mean, World of Tanks has been able to come out here and just a sheer display of dominance. And this could be Defunct able to steal the cookies, trying to go the opposite way, but unfortunately, let that ball just get a little too far away. This should be a potential clear from Edict, but unfortunately not going to get past that midfield line. Not until Kito's able to push forward. Second touch also gets it towards the corner, trying to continue pushing it forward. You do got a ball somewhat in front of the goal, but at this point, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, let's let this thing touch the ground. Let's go ahead and head to game number 3. But I feel like for Owned Esports, you at least got yourself one, but you got to find some way to hit a 180 going into game number 3.
Yeah. I think it comes down to this. There's a very precarious point that they're at where they've got to try and meet the speed of their opponents. You know, Bromeo, if you're listening to this, I want to get a stat on the amount of boost that World of Tanks is trading right now, or at least their average speed, something along those lines, because they are getting to every ball faster. Even when Owned is close enough, they're just putting them under so much pressure to be able to take control of this game. And Owned, when they try and match that pace, they're getting outclassed in terms of the quality of the touch. When they try and slow it down and get a better touch, they're just not getting to the ball in time. And it's such a difficult series for them to try to pull back. 10 shots from World of Tanks. And with a valiant attempt there with 2 saves from Owned Esports, that's not going to be enough. And you've got to shut this down, at least in that midfield.
Well, while Own tries to take this last 15 seconds to figure out a way to turn things around going into game number 3, let's kind of take a quick look around some of our other matchups. Bonjour also up 2-0 versus Team Floppa, probably in game 3 at this point. Drain Gang 2-0 versus Big Bird. DQ versus SSA as well. So we're seeing quite a few sweeps, even still this late in the Swiss bracket. Very interesting to kind of see the teams that are showing up really showing out.
Yeah, Limitless being the one that everyone's watching, being the crowning champions of the previous qualifiers. They have at least brought it back. They were 1-0 down, actually, in the beginning. They brought it back to 2-1, so they're looking to secure themselves a place. And everyone else now in SSA starting to shake as the international imports starting to prove their mettle and why they're here. If nothing else, this is a good opportunity to see how we match up against the rest of the world. And Galaxy and his team going to have to do work. Defunct's trying once more for the demo. It would have been the perfect time for it, but it just cannot make connection, and it means that they've got to try and find a different way through into the back of these orange goals.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, I like the idea. I like the thought that that's the play that you're going for in game number 3, right? You don't mind sending an extra player forward because you understand what the rewards are going to be. I think that shows that they're trying to play a little bit extra aggressive here in game 3. Try and see if they can responsibly push this pace forward. I think, like you said, right, you don't want to try and match the speed verbatim, but I think if you can at least up your tempo, especially if you can get those demos and bumps, try and make them uncomfortable, a way to buy some extra room for you to be able to push your offense forward. But I mean, World of Tanks, their defense once again kind of showing it doesn't matter. We're just going to wait for our moment, and then we're going to push the ball forward. Heats with a shot, slots it in that bottom right-hand corner, and Owned Esports once again starts off with the first goal of the game.
Oh, Galaxy had vision there. He realized 2 players had pushed up. One more charging him down. All he needed to do was clear it to someone else, give them the responsibility. The pass was there, and the shot from Heatsy, a fantastic placement, some good pace, and nearly making it a second off the kickoff there. Suddenly, we see a little bit more. Another attempt at the pass comes out, but Galaxy just pushing him towards the center. This is a team that's looking a little bit more invigorated and a little bit more united coming out in the beginning here for Owned Esports.
You got to be concerned about as they started up 1-0 before, and then unfortunately they just let the defense just stop showing up for about 90 seconds. They've done a good job of being able to continue showing up and controlling thus far in game number 3 here, but you got to continue making sure you can meet with that resistance, especially if you can continue pushing the ball forward. You got to wait for this clock to be able to continue to draw its way down. I mean, 1 goal probably not going to be enough, but if you can at least keep the ball away from the opposition, it's harder for them to score, right?
Yeah, that's a big thing that we have seen lacking from the majority of the Owned Esports game is the concentration on possession, you know, keeping the ball away from your opponent, keeping it in your control, even if the touches aren't there. Oh no, Ilu managing to just drag that slowly and methodically the whole way through. It's been so good. The one little flip reset there. Then an extra little touch. Galaxy was on the ground. A desperate attempt at a dive through. I think that was by Heatsy, but it still was to naught. And in fact, naught, the only number still not on the scoreline as we head to a tied-up game, one apiece.
Now the question becomes who's going to be able to strike that very important third goal after we're tied up, and Edic's going to be able to punch it in here, and it's starting to look reminiscent of game number 2.
Oh, just reading off the side there, and Galaxy tries desperately for the pre-jump there. Heatsy in the goals, just a little bit slow, or maybe a little bit too fast on the reaction there. Dives out of the way. It means that that goal, that third goal that you said could really set the tempo for this, straight into the hands of World of Tanks. Now all the work that Owned Esports did to try and really settle their nerves after a 7-2 has now come back to haunt them. They've got 2.5 minutes. They'd love to at least pick up a game. Or start the reverse sweep. You know, there's hope still, right?
Well, I mean, it was kind of like Maka said, I think in set number 1, right? You can't really pull off the reverse sweep unless you're down late in game number 3. So they've at least set things up here for themselves, but now it comes down to actually being able to do it in game itself. You can't just talk about it, you gotta be about it, especially in the sense that they haven't had much control of this game. They've only been able to register 2 shots in the first 3 minutes. 2
shots for them, already 5 up for the World of Tanks. They are just, they are merciless with their onslaught constantly. They're just ready to take every opportunity that they can. And a more stalwart defense has certainly been more present for the Owned Esports side, but it doesn't help if you're already a goal down. Now they're trying to cut through. Defunct tries for a touch, coming off the wall here. Baits out one, gets some good control, but doesn't manage to get that read off the wall to be able to turn into a pass. Instead, it's Wheelu off with the breakaway.
Yeah, now they're having to retreat back to defense, but Heatsy does a good job in the corner, but Edic does an even better job being able to steal it, pickpocket that, and maybe able to get a nice shot on the goal. And they haven't allowed this ball outside of their offensive third. They're continuing to be pressed up here. 75 seconds left, and World of Tanks still looking for the sweep. Ball's going to be going down this side of the field, but no one's going to be there to be able to punch things home. It's actually Wailu who's going to be able to get there first, moving the ball up. Edic's even going to be able to bury this thing deeper, and it looks like World of Tanks just trying to play keep away.
Man, that would have been an absolute present there for Galaxy if he managed to get it in, but he's trying to cut across, and we've seen him work some good maneuvers from this left-hand side. He's linked up with Defunct, the two of them jumping up together. Akito does well to cut that off and stop any attempt at a shot. Edic doing just as well there. They seem to have locked up into a bit of a rule 1 there. No, broken very quickly. Gravia's going to be happy to see that as we see Owen back down towards the side. He's got one touch, pass towards the center. Kito cuts through. No one was there for the shot. And there's the dunk. It goes wide.
Oh, but then you're going to be able to get the follow-up from Defunct, and even though you don't get it off the steal, you still keep the ball down here. What a play from Galaxy to set things up. Defunct slams it home, and we're all tied up in our final 30 seconds here in game number 3.
You know, that never say die attitude, the tenacity of Owen coming through here at the very last, trying to make things work. They do not want to give it away. We've had an overtime already here. And Kito with the shots could have just dashed their hopes. The pass towards the center, taken apart there. Edic linking to Wheelu, gets the dunk down. Kito completes the trifecta with a beautiful shot, both in terms of teammates involved and the score line. Does Owned Esports have anything more left in the tank?
Oh, Trisma, I've got some bad news. I'm all out of copium and opium. It just looks like World of Tanks, they're just too strong here. They've been able to find themselves the lead late in game number 3, and unless you find some sort of miracle on this last possession, it's going to be a sweep here on the mainstream, and it's going to be Owned Esports going home at the end of Swiss, getting swept on the way out. What a game, what a series from World of Tanks.
A brilliant performance by them. They know what they're doing. They had such clear guidelines and such a vision that they were able to enact together as a team. They didn't seem to be putting a foot wrong at any stage. We saw very few, if any, double commits from them. They were linking up in their passes. Their individual mechanics was coming out there. Just a stellar performance. And I mean, when Q runs out of copium, guys, you know that it's a desperate situation. I was just really hoping at the end there that your caster's curse was going to be able to pull something out of the bag because it's been strong enough until now. But Greybeard, that must have been hard to watch, my friend.
It was very, very tough. And, well done to Own for getting into the top 16. They failed at that hurdle in the first qualifier. But, man, I hadn't seen World of Tanks before, but I've seen them now, and they're a really, really good team. So well played to them. Very well constructed win. And a nice comeback, though, Q, for Own. If we're trying to desperately claw at silver linings here. The performance in Game 3 was far better from Owned, but they can hopefully take away a lot of lessons from this and come back stronger.
Yeah, I think the problem that we saw in Game 3 is even if you were able to close the gap, because that gap was so wide in those first two games, right? And the momentum's already on their side. It's just so hard to kind of bring that thing to a screeching halt. But I do think, something for them to be able to build on. Unfortunately, it's not going to be for this qualifier. But I do think this squad still has some positives that they can definitely build on and get ready for next week,
And the ongoing argument, Ultrazum, about what we're facing now with all of the with now the region unlock is one of the arguments is the region will get better. And there's two sides to that argument. I absolutely agree that us playing against higher level players, even though there's the ping difference and whatever, has got to be good for us. Yeah. The problem, so I think long term we win, but we have to suffer some short-term pain.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to watch if you are an SSA regular here. These are guys that you've gotten to love and see individually, but they've got to start seeing this as the bigger picture right now. This was a very tough loss, but I don't think that there are many teams in SSA who would be putting on this sort of performance, at least not consistently. And so it's good to see us being challenged. It doesn't mean that this is the end, for sure. Own Esports, these guys, Q said it earlier, he's been following Defunct for a while, and they're fantastic players in their own right. They just need to step it up. This match was a perfect example of the difference between some of the SSA sides and some of the international sides, in terms of pace especially. That was the key difference to me, was the pace was a completely different story between these sides. And until we get regular matches against teams that play at this pace, I mean, how many games do you really get against like a Limitless or an Orlando Pirates in the previous series before? You got maybe 1 or 2 a year kind of thing. So now you're just being forced into that. And I'm very happy that the imports are here from that aspect. I'm still kind of biased from the panel's decision about I still want an SSA team. I still want Limitless to go to the major, because then we still get the grand prize out of our opportunities. But everyone else gets the international exposure that they haven't had before. And take it what you want.
Absolutely, and get to learn, get to get better, get a sense of what higher level play is. So from that perspective, absolutely. So the first two teams eliminated from Qualifier 2 are both teams that didn't make the first qualifier, which are Bird, who were swept by Drain Gang, and Own Esport just being swept now by World of Tanks. And Ultrazum, you just mentioned Limitless. They dropped their first game, losing their opening game against Firehawks, but then storming back as you would expect Limitless to do, winning that series 3-1. And then a titanic struggle going on in the other upper bracket match, which is Young Money Clan and 77 Blocks. The opening 2 games going to long overtimes. It was 1-1. Young Money Clan have just taken down game 3. It's 2-1 there. And then Auglis getting swept by Straskibidi. Bonjour beating Team Flipper 3-1. Schmongolia beating White Rabbit Gaming 3-1. Sesame Street Ballers going down to the Drift Queens 3-1. So a bit of a mixed bag there. So we're almost ready for our next round. A reminder, driver of the day. Who is your player of the day? You can go and vote. acgl.gg/vote. And you get it. There's a little bit of currency for you in it for participating in it. Go and make your vote. But there we go. We are now well past halfway on Swiss, but still 2 more rounds of best of 5s coming up after the break. 3 down, 2 to go. 2 teams eliminated, 2 teams qualified. Limitless are through. Young Money Clan are through. Owned Esport are out, and Bird are out. So there are now, if you can do your calculations, 12 teams still contesting for a place in the top 8. And we were having a conversation off air, which got interrupted by having to come on air. And Bromeo should probably finish that because we were having a conversation about speed. But you dug into the stats of that last series and how the teams matched up in terms of speed.
So this is an interesting one because, as you guys will remember, Alt asked during stream for me to investigate their speed because it seemed like Owned was getting outsped by World of Tanks. So I cracked my knuckles and I did the maths. And at supersonic speed, they were on average exactly the same. There was a slight difference, though, is that World of Tanks was spent slightly less time at slow speed, which means they just recovered faster, but it's marginal. But I think ideally what I'd like to point towards is structure. Wailu was the fastest on the field by far, and he also spent the most time in low air. Edek spent pretty much the entire game on the ground, and he was also the slowest, while Quito spent most time in the defensive third, and he was a very, very solid second man. So what you actually saw was a display of structure. Edek was the one up front on the ground, causing the first 50, popping it up. Wailu had 6 assists during those 3 games. So that just showed you the damage that Edek was causing on the ground, popping the ball up. Wailu had the most time in low air, so he was clearly challenging. And then Quito was the one finishing it off. They had very, very close goal statistics. So what it actually tells you is that their structure by applied pressure was the thing that gave them that game.
I mean, okay, so speed was the wrong term there, but they were definitely faster to the ball there. Right. And like you say, they were in the right position. I mean, there were a couple of times in that match that I pointed out, okay, Galaxy's having to rotate back, or he's like half committed to a shot or something like that. It just wasn't the obvious next person who's going to make the shot there. And so when they had to then get their speed to do the rotations or to try and catch up and make that deficit up, that's when they were obviously then draining their boost tanks. My apologies. And so, like, that's a very important thing. It's not about necessarily how fast you're going. And we can see that Owned doesn't have a lot to make up for in terms of how fast they play the game. They just need to work on where they're playing the game from. And that's definitely something that they can sit with their coach and work on in the future. But yeah, still interesting series to see. Thanks for the stats.
All right. So we get now to the great thing about Swiss is you've got time. A Swiss bracket is almost like the best of 7 of determining who the best teams are. You do have time. If you lose your first series, it's not the end of the world, but like everything, you eventually get to the important part, and we are pretty much there now. We've seen 2 teams eliminated, and now 3 more in this next round. 3 more teams will be eliminated from qualifier number 2. And so in the lower bracket, the lower half of the next round of Swiss, Auglis are playing Drain Gang, and White Rabbit Gaming are playing World of Tanks. Sesame Street Ballers are playing Team Flopper. So those are the at-risk teams. And then in the upper half of the bracket, the teams that have won 2 series, lost 1 series are 77 Blocks up against Schmongolia. Firehawks up against Drift Queens. That's an all high ping affair. Bonjour versus Strass Kidderby. And for our focus game, we thought a game worth looking at would be Firehawks and Drift Queens. 2 teams we haven't seen yet. We saw a little bit of them in the last regional, where Drift Queens did make it through to the semis. So we got a little bit of a look at them, but it would be worth us knowing these teams a bit better. Ultrazim.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this. Look how high all of those numbers are. That's actually impressive. Shots, both of them verging on 10. Demos, these EU teams seem to really utilize them, and if they can time those well, that's going to be big. Going to have to do a lot of work on the defensive side, but that kind of matches up against who they're up against right now. You can both put in the shots and take the shots yourself, and then a massive 2.6 and 2.7 goals for each of these teams. My guys, I think we're up for a clash of some epic proportions in terms of the number of goals that we're going to get in. I don't think it's going to be easy to call any game from halfway.
And it's kind of interesting to see because the Drift Queens got rid of Twinzer, who then went to remind me, was it World? Which team did he go to? He went to the other 77 blocks. So, of course, 77 blocks. And they brought in Crypto, who's a former Pulse freestyler. And so with that, we expected them to do very, very well. But they did lose in the first round and haven't had an easy run. So we thought they would have done better than they have. And then Firehawks took a game off Limitless in the last round. They won the first game against Limitless and then went 3-0 for the next 3 games. So as you point out, Alt, I think this is going to be should be, at least on paper, a very, very good matchup.
Yeah, this should be tight, I must admit. We didn't spend a lot of time at the beginning of the broadcast talking about what a high ping actually means. You know, I come from 8 years ago when Rocket League first came out, and we didn't have SSA servers. So, you know, I kind of grew up on those high ping disadvantages, and it definitely does change the play style. You have to play a little bit more recklessly as opposed to controlled, unless you got the ball yourself. That's the key point that we haven't really touched on. And so having something like a freestyler, someone who can take charge of the game on his own and go up on a wall and get into the air and really just cause consternation for your opponents, that becomes a big factor. And so if they can use Crypto to their advantage, I think Firehawks can really do a lot of... Drift Queens can do a lot of damage just by making one person start off the offense. And even if he doesn't get in the back of the goal, he can drag 2 or 3 people out of position, and then someone else can finish it off with a much easier opportunity.
All right, the chat vote is open. Nice, easy one this time. Hashtag FH, hashtag DQ for who you think is going to take down the series we're featuring here. And I guess, and by a quirk of the rules, because it's always bizarre to me when I think about it. These are 2 teams based in EU playing in SSA, so both have the disadvantage. So you would think, well, if we're both EU, surely we could play on EU servers, but the rules are very, very clear. Even though these are both EU teams, they have to play on South African servers, so both teams will have that high ping issue. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic for them, Bromeo, where they're both trying to adjust their play styles to counter ping with another high ping team.
No, 100% Greybeard. It is one of those things that we are contending with, and we've been seeing it in all of the games. They need to contend with ping, and that forces them into a lot more possession-placed games. The passing plays have been hot, but the possession is where it counts, because that is where you can negate ping the most.
All right, cool. Well, we need to get into our predictions, and I just have to just quickly say, all of you teams that are competing that don't have logos, get a logo. I don't want to see these boring logos. And if you haven't submitted an image of yourself to ACGL so you can have a proper image and animation on our various screens, get it done. So, desk predictions. It's hard for us because we don't really know. Ultrazim, your prediction. And also, we've been stellar on the desk with our predictions.
I've been on the desk once. I got 1 prediction right.
Oh,
that's all that matters. Now you're putting me on a hard spot with teams that I don't know. But I'm going to go the way of Crypto. You know, Drift Queens, they did very well previously. I think that that fact that they've taken a game of Limitless shows that they already are fighting for those upper echelons of the tiers. So, tentatively, putting my reputation on the line, let's go for Drift Queens.
Drift Queens for Ultrazim and the Bromeo, you had a good first round. It's been in tatter since then. Your call.
It's rough, but I'm going to say for virtue that Firehawks were the one who took that game off Limitless. I'm going to go with them because they both swept Drain Gang and they beat Orgless. So Firehawks, let's call it 3-1.
All right, I'm going to
Thanks
go
for
for
guaranteeing my
Firehawks.
prediction.
I'm going to go with Firehawks for the same reason. Let's get into this round 4 game. Over to your casters, Mothfish and Yo Boy Q.
All right, let's get down to it. Both of these teams were able to get through Swiss during the regional number 1. One of these teams gets to already punch their way here in regional number 2. Mock, let's go ahead and get down and do what it do.
Let's do what they do indeed. Drift Queens with the aforementioned roster changes, kicking Twinza, getting in Crypto, and Crypto gets involved with the assist right from the start as Fusion puts it back in the net.
And it does not take long yet again here on the main broadcast in game number 1 this time around. And it's Drift Queens who are going to be in the lead early. Let's see if they can kind of keep this momentum and snowball it, or if maybe Firehawks might be able to find a rather quick equalizer.
See if they can, and indeed the Spaniards do strike back. Bairichu, after that loose ball is collected by him competently, just slots at bottom right. Lazy Bear nowhere to be seen in the defense, and I think now it's time for the teams to just calm down a little. Opening goals, 1 apiece. Now let's get into the groove. Let's get the flow going, because it is quite interesting, this one. The first EU on EU matchup that we're seeing on stream, and it's sort of also for the packing order of EU. Who's that second strongest? Who's the third strongest import team going down? Who may be able to push the top of SSA? Your Bonjours, your Orcluses, your Limitlesses maybe even.
Yeah, I feel like both of these teams have definitely shown, at least during Regional 1 and even thus far here in Regional 2, they have the potential, but it is going to be Firehawks not only able to respond with just the 1, but now 2, and very quickly able to put themselves in the lead in game number 1.
Crypto just with a mistake, an open ball into the infield, and Yellow is like, yep, I'll take that one. Thank you very much. A 2-1 lead for Firehawks. But certainly looking like the more active side as Mario puts it up high. Crypto just to keep it in the box. Still the pressure mounts, but there it fades away as Aniello is not really that keen on making the final move down pitch.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing to note here, now that we've had our first minute played in game number 1, that goal that we saw from Drift Queens, the only shot that they've been able to find thus far. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the field, over on that blue half of the pitch, Firehawks have already started getting the offense going. They're starting to get cooking in the kitchen. They've got 5 shots. They're starting to find their way about the pitch and really kind of figuring out how to dissect this defense. I feel like for Drift Queens, they need to find at least 1 goal here early, because I don't think Firehawks are going to end this game on 2.
Firehawks certainly not, at least not wanting to end the game on 2, but they might have to. Fusion flip reset down the middle, and 2-2 it says on your scoreboard. Good read, and the follow-up supreme into that blue net.
It hasn't been too obvious. I'm reading the script with these call-offs for these last couple of goals, right? We'll just go ahead and cut that thing away. We'll go ahead and keep it even that thing. No, but really good goal there. We've got ourselves a nice tight matchup here. 2 minutes in, both teams able to find the back of the net twice. I feel like, though, it's going to be the counterattacks for Drift Queens that they're going to have to rely on. Firehawks have done a great job of controlling the pace. They got to make sure they can strike while the iron's hot. And you can see that time, unfortunately, bar down doesn't work. And now it's the counterattack, actually, from Firehawks, looking to try and punch it off the rebound. But now Lazy Bear's going the other way.
Needs to be up the other way. Mario not that keen on defending. And the touch following suit with that mentality. That's a difficult one for him, not the touchy one. Then Crypto following up quickly and decisively for the 3rd goal. The lead is usurped by the Drift Queens.
And it's just going back and forth here early, man. 5 goals here in our first half. Hopefully going to be a sign of things to come. I know we've had a couple of sweeps on the broadcast. If we want to have a shootout that goes 5 games, I am all here for it. You can see Firehawks do move this ball forward just a little bit. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find a connection on that one. Do keep the ball pressured. It's only momentarily. And now it's going to be Drift Queens looking to see if they can make something happen.
Drift Queens denied quickly. Fusion already pre-jumping up to the ceiling. Mario easily leading with that one. Then great 50 middles. Crypto, though, being shot at, all great positioning. That's up for debate, but nonetheless, he keeps the ball out for now. Second instance. still coming at them as Mario, Byrachu lurking in the center. Defended though by Fusionist. Now maybe Drift Queens can settle it down. They secure themselves some boost and move the ball out of their own half.
You can see a big booming clear here to be able to relieve some of this pressure. Now it's going to be about them trying to maintain the possession down here on this side of the field. Try and see if they can get something going, but Mario's going to be able to do a good job rising up. You got a demo buying some space, but Crypto does win that 50 over in the corner. Not going to be able to get it over the second, which does mean as far as for now, Firehawk still trying to make something happen in the offensive zone. Crypto's going to be able to push up into the corner, slows this push down, but the ball is still sitting right in front of the net. It goes wide, but Crypto, can you get the clear? Rises up, and I think he should be able to do just that.
Should be able to, and did just that, getting the ball to safety, but it surely is coming back quickly. This game has had quite a big pace. No, not much midfield play, unlike the 3 other series we've seen. It's just pure and focused attack as Byrachu finds the third.
And I really like this play from Byrachu. Passes off to Mario, who just gives it right on back. A good old give and go. Finding the back of the net. We're all tied up going into our last minute tied up. I don't know about you, Max, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
I love me a close game, you know. And these two teams certainly delivering on that premise as Lazy Bear now taking up to the Skeeling. The Portuguese trying to dunk the Spaniard, but Spain, as in the Middle Ages, will still reign supreme on the Iberian Peninsula.
Lazy Bear is going to be able to intercept this pass up towards Crypto, who's going to be able to break out the filthy angle, punching things home for Drift Queens. And I just want to watch this thing back on the replay one more time because Crypto, what an angle. That thing's beautiful.
Just waiting on the backboard, lurking for the pass. It is just perfectly communicated from the Drift Queens and Crypto. That angle, bread and butter for him. Lead re-established for the Drift Queens, and now Firehawks, they do have some work to do and only 32 seconds to do it in. Mario trying to keep it up high. One more flip reset into the corner, double taps it down, but all the ball touches and nothing really gained for Firehawks.
And Lazy Bear is going to rise up and keep pushing this ball forward. One touch off the backboard. Mario's going to pass it up the field, though. This is their last opportunity. Dwindling down off the clock. Mario going to be able to find it off the pass, and we're all tied up, looking at an overtime in game number 1.
It's the slightest of touches that Fusion is missing on the goal line. Crypto delayed, but then the ball was too far behind him. Fusion had the ultimate trust, but for the trust, he paid the ultimate price. The one goal conceded, and might be even worse. Mario off the kickoff. Zero boost. Can he get into Byrachu? No. The pass a little bit too far behind, and we have overtime in game 1.
Kind of allowed a free pass into their zone, even though it was just the closing 5 seconds. That would have been a heck of a mistake to drop game number 1 on, but luckily they're able to make it now into that overtime. That golden goal opportunity where it truly does only take one shot to be able to decide things here. You got to make sure you're playing the perfect game. Don't be surprised to see our teams maybe even play just a little bit more passive, trying to make sure they don't make the mistakes.
Cleanliness is of the utmost importance here in that overtime. And Aniello finding a clean dunk over one, but Crypto off the backboard. Not getting it out from under. Still, Lazy Bear lurking. Wide shot. Aniello staying back. It's very rapid back and forth. None of these teams really want to take midfield control. They'd rather just go sort of pump and dump strategy, just hit and run from the opponent's net.
Hey man, sometimes it's the best way to do it. Make sure that you aren't the one that played the mistake. You play the easy game. You can see a second shot. That thing's going to go just a tad bit wide. And now it's going to be Crypto trying to go coast to coast. Mario doing a good job taking the cookies. But Lazy Bear still going to be able to push the ball forward. Make sure that they're not going to have to worry about the defensive end. But the backside's wide open. Left off the side. But no one there to punch it home. Looked like might have been an opportunity to Firehawks. But now it's going to be Drift Queens still trying to tighten up on the defensive end.
Still trying to tighten things up, but maybe they don't have to in game 1 as Fusion gets a great 50-50. Lazy Bear punches it home, but that fake from Fusion on the 50 was sublime.
What a beautiful play here, and it's Lazy Bear able to make the play when it matters the most here for Drift Queens, and it did take a little bit of extra time, but they're going to walk away victorious in game number 1.
Walk away victorious indeed. The Drift Queens in this all-import battle, reigning supreme, and what a battle it's been. 9 goals between the two teams. Really inches separated them here, Q.
Yeah, I mean, you can even see like the bars up on your screen right now. Like they do kind of go in favor of the Drift Queens, but it's not by much, right? Like, I mean, it really was a back and forth game, really hard to kind of call who was going to be the one to take it here. But now for Firehawks, because you drop this game, you got to find some way to make sure that Drift Queens don't build up too much kind of wind in their sails here, right? Because they do know that they are now just 2 games away from securing another top 8.
2 games away from securing top 8, but that also still means that it is plenty of time for the Firehawks to come back. They don't have their backs against the walls just yet. That being said, I think this game sort of epitomizes why Firehawks are a problem for the opponents. They're so aggressive, they're so quick, and I think that's how they took a aim of Limitless. If any of the Limitless players are in the stream chat, they can let us know. But I feel like this is the way they play. They just go full force, and if you're ready for it, you're ready for it, and if you're not, they're just gonna punish you.
And so now the question becomes in game number 2, can a team like Firehawks take that a little bit of aggression, that ability to really push the pace? Can you do that here early? Because if you can kind of assert yourself and take the lead versus kind of the opposite from what we saw in game number 1, maybe that's what you need to get the result as far as the long play going.
That long play certainly going to be challenged. But alas, not right now, as this opening phase of game number 2 just very much in the midfield. Us in yellow now, slowly but surely moving it forward. Demo coming out from Mario as well, but Demo to no effect. Follow-up from Baichu was not there. So still, everything hangs in the balance, and overall, Q, I think it is quite balanced between these two anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell that at times, one team seems to be trying to garner a little bit of that control, but isn't able to maintain it, right? It's definitely very much back and forth as the pendulum swings. I think the big thing right now for Firehawks is you got to make sure that you can keep your best foot going for it. They've been able to keep a little bit of pressure in the zone here. Starting to play a little bit more fast, not quite to the speed that I think that they need to take this game, but at least they're, again, that first 40 seconds, if you notice where it was kind of stalemated, I think they're starting to kind of get out of their harnesses here a bit. Well. Unfortunate there.
Nailed that one.
What a big goal there. Yeah, what a big goal there to be able to kind of get things going. Yeah, I thought I had lost connection because it actually paused on my end, but I do see that. That's a big goal for Drift Queens to be able to get here in game number 2 to at least set themselves back in the lead. Remember, they won game 1. Now it's going to be really a bunch of pressure over on that Firehawk side of the pitch.
Bunch of pressure on Firehawks, especially after that some immaculate slot by Fusion. Now they have to work from behind. They've shown in game 1 that they can definitely do it. They are not opposed to playing from behind, where you sometimes have teams that really can never come back. But they're surely going to have to work hard as the Drift Queens are slowly but surely ramping up. Crypto wanting to go to the air, but early disrupted by the Firehawks.
You can see, I mean, really, as far as for Drift Queens, what a good push up here, play off the corner. That was a thing of beauty, and all of a sudden, Drift Queens are up by 2.
Up by 2, and Lazy Bear says thank you to Agnello for that whiff on the backboard. 2-0, doubled their lead now for the Drift Queens, and they seem set. Going to match point with halftime having come and gone. Of course, though, nothing over. Crypto, Skywards, beaten early by Yellow.
Now they're going to have to retreat back on the defensive end. Lazy Bear does a good job of fielding this thing off the backboard here. Isn't going to be able to beat past the defender here. Actually doing a good job as the Firehawks, kind of like we've been seeing them doing, pushing up and playing aggressive. The only problem is that does leave an opening on the backhand. Yan Yellow does get it towards the side, but not able to get the control. Crypto going to be looking for a back pass towards Lazy Bear, but Lazy Bear more towards the corner instead of a direct shot towards the goal. Does allow for the opposition of Firehawks to be able to get back and get in position for that save.
That save was made crucially by the Spaniards, who are now still, though, facing a lot of trouble. Crypto taking control and going for the flick, but the flick not connecting. Byron, a great save and even better recovery from him to get it past the oncoming Lazy Bear. Still, pressure mounting this time, though. All the Firehawks are not against them for once, as they've been pressed back for most of this game. Byrichu, long ball forward, easy dealt with by Lazy Bear.
And Lazy Bear going to be able to at least get it past the second one here as well, which means Mario's going to be the last one back. If Crypto get a touch on this, would leave a big open opportunity. But Mario able to get the clutch touch needed, allows the rest of the defense to get on back. But you can see Lazy Bear trying to make a play up in the air, up by the goal. They're still trying to keep this ball down on this side of the pitch. For Drift Queens, they can just continue to play keep away. They don't need any more goals. They're making sure that their offense is making a great defense here.
Exactly, that's the motto they're subscribed to, right? The opponent can't score a goal if they don't have possession. So you'd rather just pummel the back of their net and to pummel their half than to being forced onto defensive touches, especially when you play against players as aggressive as the Firehawks. Now though, Drift Queens much more dialed in to their opponents, much wiser to them as Crypto tries for a bit of magic on the backboard, but is denied in the last seconds.
And then Lazy Bear has an open net after everyone had kind of made a play for the save there, and unfortunately sends that thing just a tad bit high. Of course, the good news for them, they are still up 2-0 here with just 30 seconds left as they do look for the clear. Byrichu going to be able to win the 50, leaves it off for Yellow, and Yellow's going to move the ball towards the net, but Mario needed to get boost. Leaves an opportunity here, actually, for Drift Queens to flip the pitch, able to go down the opposite way on a counterattack, and Crypto punches it home.
Crypto punches it home, casual musty flick against the backboard into the double tap. Nothing unusual for the ex-Pulse freestyler Crypto, who's putting in the third and putting a nail in the coffin of game number 2, which has been, at least on the scoreboard, a much more clear affair compared to game 1.
Yeah, I feel like the big takeaway here from game number 2, at least for me, is how much Drift Queens offense has helped out their defense. They spent so much time down this side of the field that Firehawks, they've only been able to register 2 shots throughout the entirety of this game. Let's not forget, these teams, they went pretty well blow for blow over the course of game number 1 until that overtime, whereas here it's a completely different tell. And now Drift Queens 1 game away from securing their spot into that top 8, whereas on the other side of the field, they've got to find some way to flip this thing around.
1 game away from top 8, and Firehawks, I mean, you could see it in the statistics as well. Only 3 shots between the 3 players, 1 each. And that's not really enough. Mario dropping 70 points in this game, and points aren't everything in Rocket League, of course. But you should, at the end of 5 minutes, you should at least be at 100. You should have 3 digits. Not 70, that's a bit too low for my liking.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the unfortunate news when you're not the one getting the couple of saves your team got, especially when you're shut out, right? You have no offensive production to be able to pick up those points. But yeah, I think it kind of goes to show that it's kind of right, gotta get things turned around. It's got to take all 3 players, especially against the Drift Queen squad that we know is going to be bringing the heat, and especially now with the momentum firmly being in their side. I mean, they're going to be playing loose. They're going to be playing fast. The question is, can you slow this offensive down?
Well, that's a big question. The problem for Firehawks defense is that the Drift Queens are getting more dialed in every minute they play against the Firehawks. They have got them sort of figured out, I feel like, at this point, where Firehawks, they are very aggressive, they are very quick, but if you can meet them in the air, if you can meet them head on, then they don't really have a plan B. They don't really have a fallback, and that's really the problem right now. Whereas Drift Queens, they do have that fallback. They still can rely on team play. They can still rely on individual play. We've seen it with Crypto with individual play. We've seen the team play between Fusion and Crypto. So I think the arsenal for for the Drift Queens is just a lot deeper right now. That's the problem. That's the mountain the Firehawks have to climb. Can the Hawks surmount its peak? Not right here.
And you can see, though, playing a little bit more aggressive, getting a couple of opportunities there towards the net. Only one registered as a shot, but another one that was pretty well close. And they do, unfortunately, catch a demo here, which should actually allow for Drift Queens to get a little bit more of this control here going. You can see they're pushing forward. I think looking to just basically go to the opposite side, control the boost if they can as well. Try and see if they can starve them just a bit. See if they can get an opportunity right in front of the net, which they almost had, but now it's Bairuchu going the opposite way.
Going the opposite way, but quickly stopped by Crypto, who's already pre-jump, but the pre-jump does not connect to neither ball nor player. Doesn't matter in the end, Mario was there, but still though, pressure mounting from the Drift Queens. Firehawks deal with it in an instant and get it out from under. Still though, I'm very much worried from what I see by the Firehawks. It's not as clean as it needs to be. Fusion, flip reset from the ceiling, no connection made.
I was gonna say, but nobody's there for the punch home. There it is from Lazy Bear, and it is gonna be the Drift Queen once again going to be able to take the lead, and they're going to be looking for a sweep here. And while we're talking about sweeps, it is going to be interesting to see elsewhere in our Swiss bracket for round 3. Mongolia was able to walk away with a sweep from 77 blocks, so this might be the second one we see here in round 3.
This is upper round 3 as well to get those top 4 to 6 placements. As Fusion tries to complete the sweep. The flip reset though saved by Bairuchu, as was the follow-up from Crypto. Bairuchu doing massive work on defense here for his Spaniards. Is it going to be enough for the team? Fusion delayed shot on yellow. It's wise to that one.
Yeah, big save there from Maniello, but unfortunately they still haven't really quite recovered as far as getting the ball and getting possession here. Ball's actually going to be floating right in front of the net. Everyone already still left on that left side of the field, unfortunately, so they're not going to be able to capitalize on an open net opportunity. It is actually going to be getting that ball very briefly over to Firehawks, but when I say briefly, I do mean very. You can see already going back down the opposite side, and Drift Queens have definitely showed up here to play.
Drift Queen showing up here to play in the costly double commit there from the Firehawks. Crypto, does he have the reach? He does have the reach, but he doesn't have the boost to make it to the ball. Firehawks pressed down into their own defensive half, now long clear. Gonna give them some breathing room. So nearly punched in the equalizer there of a whiff.
Yeah, missed opportunity that they might look back at the end of game number 3 and wish they could have back, but as for now, they got to focus on the present. You got to find a way to slow down this attack from Lazy Bear and get control of things. You can see off the rebound, leaves it off for Fusion, slots it up into that upper left-hand corner, and Drift Queen's now going to be up by 2.
And we talked about composure. Look at Lazy Bear going for the infield pass where many of his fellow players would have gone for the shot. And the pass was just brilliantly thought out, executed to perfection. Fusion following suit with that upper 90 clanger. And so all of a sudden, Drift Queen's up by 2. A mountain to climb for the Firehawks. Can they do it? Can they soar this high? Maybe they have to soar even higher, but no! Bairuchu doubly immaculate on the goal line.
Yeah, they got to make sure they can still get the clear here, because right now Drift Queen's still looking very aggressive in their zone. Everyone is going to have to retreat back, though, as a big booming clear does come across. And is maybe that save the momentum sort of starter that Firehawks needed? I thought they were looking nice in the zone for a moment. They do allow a big clear. We're just going to get that possession back to Drift Queen's. Fusion going to rise up, trying to maintain the possession. Ball pushes that thing down, doesn't even need the bar down, pushes it straight at the net, and Fusion with the goal.
Fusion with the goal, the ceiling, of course not defended. It jumps down from it, gets the angle down. It's really hard to save. Mario tried his best, but alas, even the pre-jump, not enough to deny the Portuguese, as it now may be becoming even more of a curb stomping, but no. Crypto denied. Fusion, though, will not be denied by a player. He will, though, by an inanimate object with no heart. It's the post.
You know, I thought Fusion was about to get the hat trick there off that shot. Here's one from Agnello, but Lazy Bear from one side of the field to the other, from one post to the next to be able to get the save. And now they're going to be back in that offensive zone, but only very briefly. One shot now. Agnello trying to see if they can cut this lead, at least down by one. With time still on the clock, would still be doable, but you need to get the first one here now. And with Lazy Bear getting the save, and then eventually probably getting the clear here from Crypto, at least getting it towards midfield, it becomes less and less of a possibility. But Barichu punches one in here late.
Barichu with an absolutely stunning performance, and he might be able to crown it with that one goal to start the comeback of all comebacks. Of 43 seconds remain. A quick goal, absolutely necessary here for the Firehawks. Kickoff going quite well for them, but beaten on the follow-up as Crypto looks for a demo. Can't find contact to Barichu, but still burns a lot of time off that clock. Only 30 remain.
And Crypto was literally able to keep that ball down here on the side with everyone trying to contest from the first two over, able to win the 50 with the other as the ball comes to the opposite side of the field. And now 20 seconds as it continues to tick away. And Yellow's going to have one push up here. You feel like if you can push one in, you still have one more chance off the kickoff. But Lazy Bear, a big save. Mario still has one last hope, but they need to punch it in now. The time dwindling off the clock. A big clear here as well. It looks like Drift Queen's going to be able to walk away with the sweep, and one more for the road from Lazy Bear.
One more for the road, but the sweep has been completed by the Drift Queens, and with that they catch themselves a top 8, a guaranteed placement after dropping round 1, coming back 3 games won. GG's all around. The Drift Queens send Firehawks to round 5.
Oh man, and we talk about really showing up in game number 3. 15 shots over on the side of Drift Queens. Talk about really turning things up to an 11 and bringing the heat to send it home.
Really setting in the heat, setting everything forward. Fusion, Lazy Bear, and Crypto just perfectly working together. They figured out what Firehawks wanted to play. They matched them at their style. They matched them at their speed. And after that, Firehawks simply had no answers to give. So Drift Queens punch the ticket for top 8. And Greybeard, we're punching you back in. How did you experience that one, mate?
Well, it's the second series of the round to be completed in a sweep, and I guess now again, Bromeo's predictions in tatters. Well, I say that and I laugh at him, but so are mine, and we were on the same side of that one. So I don't know which of us has the problem, but there's clearly one there. But great. I mean, I really wasn't expecting that from Drift Queens, given how they had approached up to this point. They just didn't look as fluid, but man, they looked really, really good there. Firehawks, who took a game from Limitless, struggling throughout that whole series, Buckfish.
Yeah, it was struggle from whatever felt like 2 minutes 30 into game 1. I think before that point, Firehawks tried to outpace and outrun them. When they didn't score, though, that's where the problems really started for Firehawks. Driftkins kept their net clean with some heroic saves and defense from all 3 defenders. And then they got themselves on offense, and then they unlocked their mechanics. Fusion unlocked its mechanics, Crypto unlocked his, and that's where Firehawks got into deep, deep trouble. And I think it's safe to say that Drift Queens are one of the top teams that we have to watch out for. 2 top 8 finishes now in a row.
All right, and Ultrazim is whining in my ear about his prediction. He wants credit for getting the prediction right. However, he was wrong. He didn't get the series score right. So yeah, so he needs to work and polish it up a little bit. But moving around, so there have been 2 sweeps in this round. Everything else seems like a titanic battle. The other sweep, Shmongolia, and we haven't watched any Shmongolia matches on stream because Guns was having PC problems. So from a production point of view, we were worried about interruptions on our stream and so on. But man, oh man, I really wish we'd watched that. Shmongolia taking down 77 blocks in a sweep, Q.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in the green room before we start, I think a lot of us are talking about Guns, right? Like a newer player as far as like really kind of putting on a show. It feels like kind of like the breakout party for Guns this year, right? So I feel fortunate that we didn't get to see him today, but good news, Guns and company being able to advance. We'll get to watch them tomorrow, right? So I think that will definitely be really fun to get to see because, man, they seem to put on a show when they're feeling good.
All right, and then around the world, the rest of the Swiss bracket, Sesame Street Ballers have eliminated Team Flopper from the tournament. So Sesame Street Ballers will go through to the last round to fight it out in round 5 of Swiss to try and secure their place in top 8. World of Tanks are 2-1 up over White Rabbit Gaming. So that battle's still ongoing. Orglis are 2-1 up over Drain Gang. That's in the lower part of the bracket. And then in the upper, Straskibity have just beaten Bonjour. So Straskibity will qualify. They will go through to top 8. Bonjour will have to fight it out in the 5th round. So, yeah, that's kind of the sum up, Mach. So it all comes down to the last 3 series in the last round of Swiss.
And let me tell you, this 5th round of Swiss looks brutal. You got Bonjour in there, 77 blocks, and Firehawks against Sesame Street Ballers, probably World of Tanks, and probably Orclus. No matter how these matchups come to be, now no matter who plays who, I think any of the 3 matchups will be an absolutely titanic battle. I'm ready. I'm all for it. It's going to be a heartbreak though at the end because you know that all these 6 teams are going to be playing in round 5. They deserve top 8.
And you know what? You would think we get experienced over time because there are so many competitions in this world in all manner of sport, whether it's e-sport or physical sport, whatever. And there is always elation on one side, heartbreak on the other. Why do we not get used to the heartbreak? It's terrible. But all of that action is going to be coming up. But remember, have you selected your driver of the day? You can go to acgl.gg/vote. Who is your player of the day? Go and vote. That player of the day will be announced after the 5th round of Swiss. That 5th round coming up after the break. All right, so all the chaos is going to simmer down now as we arrive into the final series of games to be played to determine our final 3 teams that will be in the top 8 tomorrow. And Bromeo, your assessment of what we just saw, the all-hyping matchup of Firehawks and Drift Queens.
I want to talk about this, and I know that it's very much last year's meta, but I want to talk about boost management here, because what we just saw from the Drift Queens was a masterclass in it. Let me just give you this stat just to demonstrate my point a little bit. Firehawks played each game for 60 seconds more on 0 boost.
Holy moly. That's an infinity in a 5-minute game.
Yep. So it means each player lost 5 minutes of boost over, that period. It was wild. So what actually was happening, I did some digging, and it seems Drift Queen were feeling a little bit of mischievous by stealing some boost. And the stats showed that they overfilled their boost, which means they were on 90 boost, and if they picked up a big boost, that would be overfilled by 90, just for example. They overfilled by over 1,000 boost. Over the course of the game, that is immense. That is 1,000 boost that you as a team are losing. So what it did is it impacted Firehawks' ability to play the game on their own terms. And it impacted their ability to take offensive action because they were spending so much time looking for boost.
Well, I guess the next big meta in the game is the mechanic of banking boost. If someone can figure that out, like an extra boost tank, so you can use all that extra boost. Okay, so the all-hyping matchup has meant that the Drift Queens have qualified for tomorrow. Firehawks are going to go through to the next round for another all-EU matchup. Firehawks will meet World of Tanks, who beat and eliminated White Rabbit Gaming from the top 8, which means that we are now at the last round of Swiss. And the teams that meet up in Swiss are all the teams that have won 2 series and lost 2 series. And now all 3 series are elimination. You lose, you're gone. You win, you're through. And we have one all-high ping matchup, we have all one low ping matchup, and then a mix. So Bonjour will be meeting up Sesame Street Ballers. 77 Blocks will meet Augless. Firehawks will meet World of Tanks. So that's what the final round looks like. And before we get into discussing our feature game, remember, vote of the day, acgl.gg/vote. Who's been your player of the day? Who's been the biggest impact player for you? Go and vote for that person, and we will announce the winner after this final round. And that does now bring us to the final featured series, which is going to be the all low ping matchup of Bonjour and Sesame Street Ballers. And on paper, Q, this should go one way.
Yeah, I think on paper it definitely looks like everything should pretty well favor the side over on Bonjour, right? I feel like we'll probably also see a reflection of that in the chat vote once we get that thing going. But you just look at it here. I mean, they're getting more shots. They're also playing more aggressive. I think the one place where obviously you're seeing Sesame Street Ballers, they have the advantage is saves, but that's just because they're playing more on their defensive end. I think as long as Bonjour shows up and plays their game, this is going to be an uphill battle for Sesame Street Ballers here.
Bromeo, I mean, it's a bit of a tough one. It's a little bit of old and new, and I say that, Cam is an old veteran of all of this. So is Skill Steel, but then you got the young. Who we got there? Skill Steel, Cam, and
Wilu.
Thank you, Wilu. The reunion giant there. And it was pointed out by Macht earlier on, he seemed to be having quiet series, and I don't know if he is the key to Bonjour finding success against Sesame Street Ballers.
I think there's a lot of aspects to the way that the Bonjour team is playing right now. You know, obviously, still Skill Steel coming in for the place of Guns. He is going to be the man who needs to lead the charge in the way of shots and goals. And as you can see, comparing him against Tristan, who is the striker. The striker man on the side of the Sesame Street Ballers, you see he's got the rub on the amount of shots going in and demos. So you can definitely see that that is the style of game he is looking to play. But I also do fancy the chances of Tristan pairing up very well with Happy Meal. And look, they haven't had much time together, but that is a whole bunch of young versus slightly less young, and sharing a bit of that experience, and I'm all for it.
But speaking of that queue, I mean, ultimately, this is outside of Willu. Willu is kind of a new person on the scene. I mean, this is our SSA's third season of RLCS. Willu came onto the scene, if those of us who can remember that far back, with PWB, the first reunion team who made an impact, because we knew nothing about reunion players, and PWB arrived and they were doing very well from the get-go. But outside of Willu, I mean, Happy Meal, OG of the scene, same with Tristan, same with Skill Steel. These are guys who have been around a long time, so it's really a battle of the SSA OGs.
Yeah, I really am excited for this game, because, you know, for one of these teams, you kind of get to lock it. I think especially when I look over on the side of Sesame Street Ballers, right? A team that you mentioned has players who have been around the scene for a while, and I think has the potential, but we didn't quite get to see that in Regional 1, right? Falling just a little short of the top 16. Seem to kind of be hitting a little bit more of their stride here. Also, you know, I can't lie, I got a little bit of a soft spot for Laxar as well. So the three of them together, man, it's just not giving away my pick too early. I feel like for them, and right now it's like their redemption tour in Regional 2 after having the bounce out early in Regional 1. If they're wanting to have kind of that contention for the top, they know they got to step up huge here today.
All right, fine. Well, we can probably get the chat vote going to see who chat feels is going to take this down. So you can vote in chat. Hashtag SSB, hashtag Bonj, BONJ. Who is your pick? And since you were a little concerned about giving your pick away early, Q, you may as well go ahead and give us that pick officially.
Yeah, I think Sesame Street Ballers, you know, are going to walk away with this thing. I think they're going to come out here. I think it's going to be a knockout, drag them out sort of series. I think this is going to be one of those where it's going to look at different times that both teams look to be really controlling the pace of things. But I think at the end of the day, I'm going to lean just a little bit towards Sesame Street Ballers. I think it's going to be a banger. I would love to see a 5-game series with like 3 or 4 overtimes. That's what I'm hoping to see.
All right. Well, the numbers, Bromeo, would suggest that the smart pick is Bonjour. But is that your pick?
Do you know what? I'm having a look at the stats as we speak of everything that we've seen so far today. Ballers have been forced into 20 more saves than their counterparts, which means they've gotten better at stopping the goals in. They've scored the same amount of goals, so I'm going to go Sesame Street Ballers, even though historically Bonjour is a pretty safe bet.
All right,
I'm in trouble now.
Q just did an inward groan. He thought he was being smart. He was convinced you were going to go with Bonjour. Okay, good. Okay, the Ultrasm's just said in chat that he says, thanks, Bromeo. I just put 30,000 embers on Bonjour. All right. Well, someone has to break the curse, Bromeo, because you and I have pretty much predicted the same throughout. So I'm going to pick Bonjour. I just don't think Bonjour are the sort of team that in any world should have a desk sweeping against them, just given their history, given their stats, and given that the Sesame Street Ballers have had a bit of a rough ride up until now. They didn't make it into the top 16 last regional, so I do think Bonjour find the way to win on there. So it's 2-1, and I got to be honest, I'm feeling pretty good about my pick. But Bromeo, I'm going to ask you one last question before we throw to the casters. If Sesame Street Ballers are to win, who is the Is there a key based on what you've seen? And I know we're kind of going on limited data, but is there something that unlocks their win?
So what I've seen is when Happy Meal plays less defensively and more aggressively, he actually unlocks. He's a traditional third man, but man, can he play when he wants to. So if you see Happy Meal with a good start, that's all we need to see. My choice is locked in.
All right, let's go to our casters for the final series of the day. Machtfish and Altruism.
Well, this is certainly a game that we have seen before. At least all these players know each other pretty intimately there, Mark. Half of them are ex-teammates with each other, and the panel seems to think Sesame Street has got this, but this is one of the strongest looking sides from Bonjour that I've seen. I said from the beginning, this could be top 2, top 3 in the out of the SSA local teams at least. Can't hear you, Mark.
I think that both those two teams are playing each other here, and top 8 is a bit criminal because, like as you say, they're both the local teams. They are both easily good enough for top 8, but I feel like I gotta disagree with the desk here. I've gotta give the edge to Bonjour as well. Maybe Tristan already will tell us a sweet little story, but that story starts with a win for the Sesame Street Ballers.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see how or why one of these teams really peaks ahead of each other. You know, you've got someone like a stalwart and Happy Meal. He's been one of the best defensive players, in my opinion, in the region for many years now. And then you've got, against his old teammate, someone like Cam, someone who loves his intricacies, someone who loves his little mechanical skills here or there that can open things up. And I mean, Happy Meal in of himself has been putting a lot of work into becoming a more offensive player. And we see it in the beginning of this game. He's been up there taking a couple of shots, but that's nothing when you got the demos from the other side. Skill steal, he's learned a good amount from being on the receiving end of demos here today, and he sees how efficacious they can be.
Demos effectiveness is the most important thing. It's no good to just demo someone. You have to time it well, and no one can do it better than Skill Seal in this moment. But Happy Meal eager to respond with a bump of himself. Unfortunately, though, Laxa not able to get the shot on target. Both teams not shying away from a physical alteration here. Both teams just wanting to grind out that victory. Let's not forget, top 8 is on the cards.
Yeah, this is a make or break, eh? And Mark, I gotta say, what does that do to your mentality at this stage? These guys are pretty much used to, I would say, being a shoe-in for that top 4, top 8. You know, they've always made day number 2. Now one of them has to go home.
I mean, it's the new reality with the imported teams leveling up the player base. So if you were before shooting for top 4, top 8, you can't necessarily expect the same. It's just that the competition has gotten stronger. So you have to, well, pretty much just adapt to that. You have to improve more quickly than your opponents are. You have to outwork them, and this is going to be really a series like this where you're like, oh, we used to play like third place matches with these players on the pitch. Are just a quick little reality check. Who's got the mindset and the grind set to go back to the top?
Well, so far, Bonjour proving that they want this a little bit more, gathering around that blue net and hammering until there's something that breaks here from the Sesame Street Ballers. And 2 goals already to their good. They're going to be coming away. Cam looks dangerous whenever he gets going with a dribble like that. Denied for now. Weelu sitting without any boost, but at least trying to keep himself in the action. Going to leave it up to Cam, who's rotated around. Laxar gets a little bit of a breakaway, but Skill Steal picks it up before anyone from Sesame Street can get to it. They're starting to link things together, though, our Sesame Street, so they definitely have a way back into this.
Oh, they have a way, but they need to make contact, a meaningful contact in the final third. Demo coming out was helping. Unfortunately, without the contact, ball just going naturally to the side into safety for our Bonjour side, who are now trying to stamp their authority back onto this game. But once more, it's Laxstar with that delayed touch on the end of the air drag to get it past the third. Fortunately, though, Sesame Street Ballers unable to capitalize. Skill Seal, double crossbar denies him.
Oh, that is just cheeky. The game itself was against him right there. And if that had turned into a goal the other way, in fact, it still could. That would have been devastating, but he gave himself every opportunity in the world to make that in, and it was a viable attempt, if nothing else. Now they get another shot at this. Wilu going to try to take it high, but lacks off the backboard. Skillsteal wants to be back in the action. He has tasted the essence of that goal, and he wants it now.
It was surely one, but the question is, can they get it? Tristan, 0 boost to his name, has to evade bumps from Skillsteal as well, as Wilu and Cam do incredibly well to control that ball out of their own half. Not just boom it out, really control touches to a teammate, quick little 1-2, make the defense guess your next plan. That is where they shine, as Happy Meal was denied by the crossbar and Cam.
Really is the smallest margins in this matchup here, and I hope we get to see that as we carry on going forwards. Both of the teams getting their shots in there. Skillsteal now, a little bit of a breakaway, doesn't have a lot of reinforcement. Cam gets denied. Tristan's up in the air. He's looking for the double, but it goes wide. They would have loved to have pulled this back to a 1-goal game in the last minutes.
You have to score those chances if you want to have any shout of a top 8 finish. A relative sitter for Tristan, missed unfortunately, and now only 40 seconds. The question is, can they get this good of a chance? Not just once, but twice again within this limited time frame.
Game number 1 showing the potential of this matchup. Still going the way of Bonjour a little bit more. They're up to a much higher shot tally and a goal tally to match it. Cam sets it in just underneath the crossbar. No woodwork to deny it this time. And Tristan with the valiant attempts, but those bounced off the wall. Even just a centimeter or 2 in the wrong place turns your angled clear into a pass straight back to the center, which Cam pounces on.
Pounces on it, and you could see a difference there in what is a bit telling for this first game. Skillsteal got the demo on the goal line. Happy Meal tried to double Cam, but just by an inch or so, slightly missed contact. I think that's basically game 1 wrapped up in a bottle, where, you know, the Sesame Street Ball has certainly tried in their execution. Bonjour simply was more clinical, was better, was maybe even 3 goals the better of their rivals. So, after 1 game, Bonjour take initial advantage.
Yeah, and in a pretty dominant fashion, I must admit. I think, like, early signs here is Sesame Street was a little bit more broken up, a little bit more cohesive. There were a couple of double attempts, but I think that was forced out of them. Bonjour had 2 things on them. The first one was their individual mechanics. They were doing more with the ball. They had more efficiency on the ball. You know, Cam was able to carry it, and when he took it into the air, someone would jump for him, but he would go over that person and then do something with it afterwards. Skillsteal, similar sort of thing. The fact that he got 2 backboard reads in a row was fantastic. So that's the one thing. It's just a little bit more emphasis on what they did in every shot, as opposed to Sesame Street, like kind of relying on the one-touch gameplay, handing it off to a teammate that can get intercepted. And the other one has to just come down to something that Bromeo corrected me on earlier. Not the boost, not the speed, but the positioning. Sesame Streets just weren't in the comfortable place. You know, they had to try and compensate a little bit with their mechanics to try and achieve the same sort of outcome that Bonjour was just doing by, you know, the little touch into a free area that someone was able to cleanly pick up.
Yeah, and those little differences, those just break your neck. It's the truth about speed is always twofold. One is, yes, it's outright pace, but on the other hand, it is that positioning. It is that confidence that you can make the connection, and you have to quickly making up your mind quickly. And I feel like that's exactly where, as you said, Bonjour is shining now. Before the second game, what is the main thing for you that SSB has to change? Because overall, I think they're trying a lot of the same stuff. They're just not. It's just not working for them.
I think realizing, I mean, they know these players, right? They know their skill. They know what they're able to do. And so they should be trying to predict that a little bit more. Cam's going to go in the air. Doing an early jump because he's not going to get a second touch is not the wise move to go for. You've got to give him the credits for the individual skill that they've got, and then try and back that up as well. You know, you've got to be sending one person to force him into the high shot, but the second person needs to be making that rotation. Instead of someone trying to, do a cheeky little cut through and cut their rotations to make a potentially good challenge, rather cover your bases first, build up that pressure like our SSA scene has really become defined for, and then go from there.
Building up that pressure, that is certainly something that SSB has to do now as we go into game number 2. Back not quite against the wall, but certainly a slight push towards it has been dealt by Bonjour in game 1. But Happy Meal tries to get out. Cam denies his former teammate.
Decent attempt off the roof, but picked up well by Lackstar. He's popped it up. Happy Meal's there with him. The 1-2 plays. Lackstar even going for the bump on the back line. Skill Steal up to the task though, but it's done enough. It's created that consternation there that they can start working together. And this is what I like to see from our SSA sides. Cam missed jumping a little bit, really with a desperate attempt to come through there. But eventually, after they came together and worked well as a team, it is the Sesame Street Ballers taking our first shot.
Sesame Street take the first goal. It's certainly going well for them, but it's not gone well for too long. Skill Steal with the rapid equalizer. Cam just gets a really good 50 there against Lackstar, and Skill Steal just has to find not the worst angle of all time.
Like, I know that Cam is mechanically far ahead of mine, but the distance and the pace that he managed to close that down to secure the 50 was impeccable there. He flipped that absolutely perfectly and turned what could have been a hope and a prayer at getting in the way of the ball into a guaranteed opportunity. And having beaten 2 people already, that was all there. Still, Sesame Street Ballers are on the right side of the field. They're getting the pressure that we wanted earlier. That's a good pickup from Lackstar, trying to find it off the backboard. See Tristan waiting, lingering for something to pop out. The Cam takes it up high, goes low in fact to get past the defenders. It's the psychological game that comes with knowing your opponent so well.
Psychological game because you also know what they are capable of if you give them too much space, especially, of course, when it comes to both Willu and Cam, as the Frenchman is already up high. This time easily and confidently, most importantly, met in the air.
Skill Steal, being that ever-present third man, does well to push it towards the side. And again, that touch, not just to clear it out, but to do something with it. Sesame Street Ballers have not had such purchase on the ball. Instead, it's removed from their possession almost immediately. Even if the shot's not there, they're still under pressure. Willu comes through with a quick charge. It's up to Tristan to do something with it. He pops it over 1. Happy Meal does it to a second. He's trying to follow this through now. Just 1 to beat. Cam is backwards. He gets the 50 that he needs to. Tristan keeps it in pressure, keeps it in play. The backboard was there. Lackstar just a bit too high. And Happy Meal going to keep this going.
Happy Meal keeps it going, but Skillsy gets a big boom down the field, but it will be sent from whence it came. It's a bit of ping-pong Rocket League right now in the midfield. To no avail, though, neither team really profiting of this prolonged phase of nothingness in this game. Skill Steal and trying to get a pass Lackstar, but still, the midfield control is holding from Sesame Street Ballers. They are certainly calming down. They're not rushing as much. They're taking much more deliberate touches on the ball, and that's doing them a world of good.
Yeah, and this is something that we saw Bonjour struggling with in their previous match that was on stream. When they get pressured into the back line, their defense does have a tendency to get a little bit scrappy. So Sesame Street Ballers, they're not pressured for time. They're not behind. They just need to keep this sort of mentality up. They've had a bit of a turnaround now. The demo came through, but Cam still does all the work that he needs to secure it in the back of the net. He'll do it alone. He'll do it with a teammate, but they'll make sure that it goes in there. I don't know if that last touch was completely calculated, but like we said, Rocket League is a game of physics. There's very little luck involved.
It's a game of physics and it's a game of quick reaction, and Cam on that recovery from the backboard had the quickest of reactions to still instantaneously backflip to put that ball over the line. It's great ingenuity from Cam, great awareness from him, and it's putting his team 2-1 up with just under 2 minutes left to be played. Question is, can they keep it up here? Willu doing a lot of pressure on the opponent's Cam is there, but Tristan saves it out of the upper 90.
Beautiful, coming off the wall like that, read that shot all the way through and knew that he had one opportunity. He does it perfectly, Still, Bonjour back into the attack. Happy Meal gets it up. Everyone from the side of Sesame Street was grouped up underneath that, so their structure once more a little bit lacking. It means that they've had to commit a lot into this attempt forward. Tristan missing that ball didn't help out either. Being handed off now. Bonjour back into the attack. Happy Meal, he's got to create something here, but he's got to get past Skill Steal first.
Getting past Skills here is no easy feat, especially if he's got midfield under his chokehold. Blackstar just gets it in the corner, but still boost control exerted from a Skill Steal. And Sesame Street, as a result, is now lacking in that very vital resource. Only Happy Meal has got boost to his name. Tristan just pops it up high. Cam is ready to collect. Is Willie going to be there just in time? No, he's not. Grampint also not connecting, but still a lot of pressure remaining from Bonjour, as it has been swept away, though. One great period of pressure going unrewarded for the team in orange.
Yeah, and a nice breakaway there. Tristan doing very well, and this is what I like to see from some of our top players in the region. A single person can turn that pressure around. Took the duel versus Skill Steal. A powerful flick, but a little bit off target cost them. Still, at least it's gotten them out of their half of the field. They've got 13 seconds left, and they're at least making the correct attempts. Cam gets up to this one, going to try to chase it down. Doesn't have the boost to keep it going. Tries to fall towards the center. Happy Meal was there. Nothing going to be happening right now. Wilu can take this anywhere he wants. He decides to put it sideways. Tristan gets a pop up there. It's followed up quickly by Happy Meal, and so they've got just the buzzer to beat if they want to try keep this alive. It keeps going. Cam up in the air, trying to make it one more, but they'll settle for a touching down, and Bonjour picks up the second.
Incredibly hard to read as well what's happening with Skill Steal committing on that ball as well. For the defense, it is almost unreadable. Sort of like, if we don't know what's going on in offense, you don't know what's going on in defense. Still, at the end of the day, it's a 2-0 lead now in favor of Bonjour, and now Sesame Street really has to show more than ideas. Now they finally have to execute on them.
Yeah, that's the thing. They did very well in terms of restricting what Bonjour had the freedom to try. You know, that almost halved their shot tally in this game, but that still wasn't enough. They're only looking at the net twice in this game, which means you've got, what, a 50% conversion rate is brilliant, but you've got almost no pressure on your opponents, even when they were getting up to the other side. You know, I made the comment that Graby had mentioned earlier, the 99% is great. It's wonderful to see. But that last 1%, which is often the hardest, it means getting it past the last waiting defender. And Bonjour so far seeming rather untroubled and certainly not making many mistakes in the defensive line.
I mean, the fact that they can get away with having 0 saves and still winning a game sort of speaks for itself, right?
Yeah.
They simply aren't put in a lot of pressure, but is also sort of twofold in this point, because every time some pressure would come around, they just snap it out instantly in midfield. And that's a big blockade here for Sesame Street. That's the blockade that they have to somehow try to beat. If they can get into the final thirds, shots and good opportunities will come their way.
And they had some good opportunities. We saw Lackstar, that we've seen some nice double touches off the background. But it's this midfield, these link-up plays that Bonjour is doing so superbly right there. Tristan getting a decent touch towards it, but it hands it straight back into the hands of their opponents. Again, it's this differentiating factor where Sesame Street seem to be just trying to defend their net. Bonjour consistently looking on how do we turn that defense into an opportunity down the other side.
That opportunity is still eluding them thus far. Tristan finds a good second one. Skill Steal cuts it out quite quickly, and those sort of misses could be asinine for the defense of Sesame Street Ballers. Luckily right now nothing happened, but maybe there will be. Crossbar down, Cam denied by the woodwork.
Bonjour's very happy that they've got this many opportunities, considering how many times they've been off by just a fraction. Now Happy Meal the one to carry it across. Blackstar looking for the pass towards the center, but it actually just sends up a booming clear. Skill Steal finds the snipe from his side of the field, and the hearts that shower down as a result of it just reflects the jubilance in their hearts.
Jubilant, but the job is not done yet. One momentary lapse in control from the Sesame Street Ballers invites Skillsy for their clanger, and he will not deny their invitation right here, right now, and neither does Tristan Willu, though has something against an RSVP, not reserved and not gotten to the correct post box.
Oh man, that took a miraculous save. Well done to Willu to get up there, but that was definitely the best shot we've seen from Sesame Street that has been uncontested. And instead of getting their game back into a level standings, they have to go down another goal. Once more, Cam reading that as high in the air as possible. And the quick rotations coming back from Skill Steal. And a perfect connection there. Sends it into the center of the goal. This is the danger Bonjour presents. Is anywhere on the field at any time. You need to make sure that you've got control of this.
And they simply hadn't had control here in defense. I think Happy Meal was a bit lacking, caught out and turned the wrong way, but still Sesame Street Ballers have not given themselves up, and rightly so. They do have more than enough time to deal with their opponents. Tristan beaten though by Skill Steal. Lackstar can't really make the best touch, can't get it past Cam either. Still that they're locked into their own half whenever they try to go out.
Happy Meal booming it away, leaves it suppression. They've chased it well now afterwards. Tristan puts it high. There's just that lack of a third person. Lackstar obviously being dispossessed of his presence on the field. Felt very quickly by his teammates. That one, not a great attempt forward. It's picked up quickly. Skill Steal doing so much work on every touch of the ball. Tristan trying for this. Gets creative at the end on the adaptation from what Cam's connection with him presented to him. They've done well at least to keep it here. Tristan, Lackstar working well. Can Happy Meal manufacture something that people are off their line? He's going to have to just settle with handing it towards Cam.
And Cam deals with it beautifully. He delays the 50-50 even, just buys so much time. The clock, of course, in favor here of Bonjour. Right now, it's a bit early for them to maybe playing the clock. It's only 2 goals, and we all know 2-0. That's the most scary league in Rocket League. Can be overturned so quickly. Maybe here, Happy Meal, 1-2, deficit halved.
That's exactly what you were saying. The caster's curse continues here in its potency as the ball squeaks out from that side wall. And the clear does not come in time. Happy Meal pounces. It seems like Sesame Street Ballers have a lifeline back into the series.
SSB have a lifeline. They have to take and keep their defense clean. Lackstar up high. Can't cleanly beat Willu. It's bouncing down. Cam waiting, but so is Tristan. He tries to pick up the pace. Unfortunately, no contact made for him. It's really all... It's pedal to the metal here for Sesame Street Ballers. They have to make this comeback work.
Getting denied at every opportunity for now, though. Shut out as they try to get this ball out. Tristan rotates back. Cam takes a shot on the near post, tries to follow it up. He had the idea, and he certainly had kept it out of range of any of his opponent's reach. But for now, they're just going to have to settle with the 1 goal. A minute left on the board. It's back in the hands of Sesame Street. Tristan's up for 1. Happy Meal can't get there before his previous teammates. Willu now going to try to set something up. He's going to result in just a bump, but the bump is enough.
The bump barely enough. Maybe the golden goal to punch their ticket to top 8. Skillsy rockets it down, and Lackstar by an inch or 2 is not quick enough on his recovery. 46 seconds remain. Altruism and SSB are on the brink of elimination.
Heartbreak for this side. It's been a long time since Happy Meal has not seen day 2, and his teammates with him would have desperately liked this, especially not in the fashion that they've been relegated to. I think these 2 teams meeting up against anyone else would have been an easier contest for them, but right now they have to just keep their hopes, their dreams, and their dignity alive as they face another onslaught here from Bonjour.
That onslaught is coming, but it has been fought away. Cam, though, waiting in the back line, saving that boost even for second pickings around. But at this point, it doesn't matter. It's a victory lap for Bonjour as they will knock out in a sweep the Sesame Street Ballers. Police come to the scene. A crime has been committed upon Sesame Street.
I think we can ascribe this one down to Bromeo. Thank you very much. I did appreciate the boost towards my 30,000 points. Embers then. I'll get those from ACGL just now. But all jokes aside, I believed with my heart that Bonjour was the better side walking into this. And I think it would have been a real sad moment to not see them continue the legacy of SSA that they have presented for so many years, and that they really have a chance to compete with all the other teams that have qualified. So well done to Sesame Street Ballers. Really sad to see them not be able to make this, but Bonjour, a well-deserved spot in day number 2.
A well-deserved spot indeed, and you know who else has a well-deserved spot as the host of our desk? It's Grabian. So let's get him back in, and I mean, it's an expected result, and it's a result you must be happy with, seeing it suits your prediction quite
well. If I'm brutally honest, I wasn't happy that the two
You're
of them
never
were facing up with each other at this side, but. Yeah, listen, great performance from Bonjour. Absolutely deserved for them. Sesame Street Ballers had a better Qualifier 2 than Qualifier 1, and hopefully for them they have a better Qualifier 3 than the previous 2 and make it through to the top 8 in the third qualifier. But gentlemen, what this all means is that in the bracket, okay, so the final matchups are this. Bonjour beat Sesame Street Ballers, which means Sesame Street Ballers are eliminated. Auglers have lost to 77 blocks, which means that Auglers are eliminated and 77 blocks go through. And the last series is underway, going to a game 5. It looks like, if I get an update there. As we come to the end, World of Tanks are 5-1 up over the World of Tanks, which means it is going to go to a game 5. So who knows what happens there? But we're gonna have a look at the bracket in a moment. But it does mean, and Machfish, I'll come to you first. It does mean that we're going to, of the top 8, 5 will be, and I know we're trying very hard to talk about SSA as a region and the teams, but it does mean 5 EU teams will be in that top 8. So a tough weekend for locally based teams.
a tough weekend for sure. Like, the import teams come in and they do what they set out to do, unfortunately, for locals here. They come in and they make top 8. That doesn't mean, of course, that it's entirely chalked for the locals. Limitless is still there. Mongolia is still there. And, of course, we have Bonjour still there. So the top 3 of SSA is still there. I think that's safe to say that all 9 of these players were before in the top 3 as well. Guns may be the only notable exception to that. But the top of SSA is still here, and they're still fighting, and they're strong. Let's not forget, Limitless went down, gone through 3-0. Mongolia went down 3-1. And now Bonjour 3-2. So there's still a lot of hope left. We just have to wait with how these matches work out specifically. I think Bonjour avoid Limitless. I think Limitless will be playing an EU team tomorrow, first round. But other than that, it's a bit of a coin toss, honestly. These matches look mighty scrumptious.
I want to jump in at this stage because I think Mark Fish has actually hit it on the nail on the head, where the top three teams have gone through. I think, maybe August or SSB would have been another person that I would have liked to have seen gone through, but there is definitely a discrepancy. I mean, this last game proves that more than anything, is that there is a big difference between our top 3 of the South African-based or the SSA-based teams, the local teams, if you will, and the people who come afterwards. A 3-0 pretty dominant performance like that means that they have now set the bar. And we've talked about this as a region many times before. There has been a upper echelon and then the people kind of competing for those second or the what was it at that stage, 5th to 8th slot or something like that. And that's fair. We are a developing region. We are condensing over the years. We've condensed our top players into some fantastic teams. And I mean, the fact that someone like Bonjour had to take it to the end of Swiss stage, they are one of our fantastic teams. They deserve to be there. And everyone else will get there in time. But this weekend, maybe it wasn't as deserved. The people weren't playing as cleanly as we have seen them in the past. And they should get punished with it as opposed to getting a free ride. I'm going to probably be hauled over the coals in Twitch chat and on Twitter. But I think the 3 teams there's no argument. I think everyone else could have worked a little harder or performed a little bit better in those make or break moments. And they've been punished where they weren't before. That's how I'm going to leave it.
Yeah, and I think I think your point is well noted, that there is still the gap between the top and the rest. But short-term pain for long-term benefit. It's pain is still painful though. so we're going to have to deal with that. So there we go. Here's our bracket for tomorrow. Quarterfinals. Limitless will face either Firehawks and or World of Tanks, whoever wins this series in the end. Straskibidi up against Shmongolia, Young Money Clan against 77 Blocks, and Drift Queens and Bonjour. So that's actually Buckfish, you used the word, was it sumptuous or scrumptious, or either way, delicious looking matchups there. And I think that it has the potential of turning things around.
It certainly has. I mean, having a potential rematch of Limitless versus Firehawks sounds very enticing, but that rematch may have to wait. World of Tanks on the process of, let's not forget, Firehawks are being currently reverse swept by the Swiss stage, and World of Tanks trying to reverse sweep the Swiss stage. So that's an interesting matchup. And other than that, I think I don't see a single matchup where I'm like, okay, this can only go one way or the other.
Yeah.
I think the Limitless is the exception. I think Limitless beats both Firehawks and World of Tanks easily.
Yeah.
But the other 3, no clue. Couldn't ask me. Coin toss. Especially in the best of 7s with timeouts available.
Yes. And,
I'm actually very sad that Strass didn't get to play their first game today. I mean, that would have been such a good benchmark for what they have to offer us. And so they're still very much an unknown to me. So how they take on Shmongolia, I think Shmongolia is going to have to sit and be very composed tomorrow. But it's such a big open thing. And then I couldn't have asked for actually like a better matchup for the Young Money crew than 77 Blocks. That is actually, I think, going to be a cracker of a game right there as well.
Well, the good news is that we're going to see all of them. Swiss is always chaos. We couldn't possibly show all matches on the mainstream. But from tomorrow, everything is best of 7. Everything is on stream. So starting at 5 o'clock, best of 7, one after the other. You will see every match from here until the end of the grand final. So a big weekend ahead. And the last thing that remains is the driver of the day. And before we announce the driver of the day, and it's a bit hard because we don't get to see all the matches, so you don't see all the players. But based on what you have seen, Ultrazim, do you have a driver of the day?
Okay. I actually voted earlier for Crypto on this because I thought he played spectacularly as an individual. In terms of who made the most impact in a single match, that was before I got to see this last game. I would have changed my vote right now for Cam's. I think his play earlier was fantastic, even though they did suffer a really tough game. But in that last matchup, man, he was doing spectacular things, and he's always been one of my favorite players to watch, just because of his creativity and his depth for such a youngster.
Macht? From what you saw?
From what I saw is difficult. I think Declan in that first series was really strong, but I'm going with Bairichu for the simple reason that in the last series, in series 4 that we streamed today, he was doing everything. Yes, Firehawks still lost, but he was doing everything for them, be it on defense, on offense, getting bumps, getting demos. I think he was individually probably the biggest difference maker in that Firehawks team. So for me, it's Bairichu.
All right, and then the Bromeo had a driver of the day, but he had access to the stats from all the games, and his choice is a player that wasn't shown today, of course, from Limitless sweeping through 3-0 to secure their spot, and his driver of the day, it probably comes as no surprise, to Die For, who scored 18 goals in 3 series. He was the highest goal scorer of the day, so that's his pick. But the driver of the day, based on chat votes, is going to be announced now, and that is Declan. I think Machtfish, you
Nice.
mentioned it, or did Alt mention? One of you mentioned that, and he was in discussion very early on, and I'm thrilled to see him there. Declan from August is our driver of the day. He got 25% of the votes, 47% win rate, 31 saves. That's a lot of work in defense, and 16 goals, not far behind to die for. So there you go. That is your driver of the day. And just like that, and you know, these things arrive with great anticipation, and especially since it's been 8 months since our last RLCS broadcast, and we were getting all nervous as the day was building up, and all the talent were in chat, and we were tense about the start, and just like that, it comes to a wrap. And I want to do as we should. Oh, and we've just had an announcement. Firehawks are through. So Firehawks will be having a rematch with Limitless tomorrow in the quarterfinals. So a lot of people served to make this all happen. Of course, the talent that you have seen tonight. There's Machtfish, Altruism, your boy Q, the Bromeo. Did I miss anyone? I don't think I did. And then also behind the scenes, ACGL, which put on such a great production. But we say ACGL, it comes down to the work of two people in ACGL, and that is Reggie and Blank, who do magnificent work and put this on. So a massive shout out to them. But then also the admins, particularly on a Swiss day, there is a lot of work to be done. On a Swiss day. So I'd like to just shout out to all the admins: Jason, Ethan, Brandon, Arthur, Calvin, Christopher, Jake, and of course Josh. Nobody, your work is sensational. We appreciate you. Thank you for everything you do. And there we go. Swiss is over. Tomorrow, quarterfinals. So from all of us here on the talent desk, myself, Greybeard, Altruism, Machtfish, peace. We're out.